Yeah, somebody asked me to go live and they wanted to come up and talk more. So I started a live. Right now I guess that was Aria singing. I was in a zone for a minute. I'll invite you in the box, but I'm waiting. I mean, I can invite you up. I'm just chilling, going with it, you know. I'm just going with the flow. I'm going with the flow. Normally I don't come on this late, but whatever.
Oh, it's 3:09. My time.
3:09.
5, 6,
I didn't
7,
go.
5, 3:09. What?
What happened in there?
In where?
Her live lab. Yeah. I didn't go.
Oh, it was beautiful. It was good. Well, I I joined late because I almost burned the kitchen down.
Oh.
Yeah, that was fun. Well, then I'm gonna forward this real quick to Fran because she's still up too. Excuse me.
I avoided, going in there tonight.
How come?
Well, we'll have this conversation offline.
That's totally respectable, actually. And by the way, your advice was so freaking sound. I was so impressed, Brim. You are like evolving beautifully. You really listen to feedback, and that's like so cool. Nightbird! Oh, there she is. Thank God. I'm joking.
It's a shame, Damn it. It's a shame that
I was enthralled by Peanuts Live. It was really good.
It's a shame that people don't see me for who I am and try to say, well, you always got to be teaching? This is my authentic self. Take it or leave it.
I think that your perception of what people think of you shouldn't own you, because there's a handful of people that really love you and really like you. Some have questions, some will ask you questions, but not to challenge you.
Well, I was told by, I'm not saying who, certain individual told me, well, you always got to be teaching.
Sounds like
you always got to be doing this.
Sounds like a shit stir to me.
Well, and I'm like, well, you're not going to affect my field, so I'm not doing this.
Good.
And I'm like, I'm going to be myself. I don't care. This is how I am. Every time I speak, I'm speaking with my energy. I've come into realizing, I've came into understanding who I am.
How many times?
I said what?
Yeah.
I said, how many times have I told you that?
Yep.
I don't give a crap what anybody
says. That's what I like about Nightbird is she does. She respects all angles of everything. Like there's certain things that I feel like not with what you do, but like certain things like I struggle with spirituality and ChatGPT. I struggle with. I don't
do that.
I don't resonate with it, so I don't do it. But a lot of people did at first, and I get that. That's wonderful. But it's worked in, for example, ways for starting a business and asking it questions, and saving a ton of money and saving a ton of time and just getting things done quick. And how do I need to do this, and what do I need to save to do it? Type of thing, but with the spiritual stuff, like I might just exit, and I don't need to announce. I don't need to announce it, but I'll come back when I feel it's my frequency, and you can't appease every frequency, Rim.
For me,
you can't appease everybody every night.
you know.
spiritual. Oh my goodness! Really?
Someone's always,
Oh yeah,
going to
you got to put your
Someone's
camera
gonna
on.
be
Cool Wolf.
Oh,
going to
Exactly. Exactly,
TikTok.
Nightbird. Well, that's what's cool, Nightbird, is that like you're
Like,
very open. You're incredibly open-minded, and that I struggle with because sometimes I'm not, and I am learning to become, but I still have severe boundary syndrome, which is boundaries are excellent, but sometimes it can prevent you from growing, even.
well, and I'm trying to put
For
boundaries
me,
up.
when it
And
comes to
Exactly.
when I put
for
boundaries
me, when
up,
it,
You're my yin yang.
I'll,
We're each
I
other's
believe
yin
in it. I
yang.
believe it like this.
now wait a minute, you're supposed to be
When
calm
it comes to
here right now.
spirituality,
See, I agree with you, me too,
when it
4-3.
comes to spirituality, when it comes to spirituality and ChatGPT and AI, I don't agree with it. For me, my personal, that's me. I don't agree with it. I think the knowledge should be given freely, and I think that it should be coming from soul, the creator, and ourselves.
Or intuitively, but
Computer
Now,
animated
wait a minute.
human technology is going to tell me how a spiritual thing works. So for me, it comes from me. When everything that I speak comes from me, my human side or my spiritual side, I think it's better to come from the universe and the source itself, not some animated thing that the humans made. That's just how I feel.
You know
It
my
works for
whole
some
thought
people, that's
on that,
cool.
but the thing is, okay, using it as a confirmation or something like that. But
Yeah.
don't just sit there and say that you've never used it.
Confirmation,
You
yeah.
sure as hell have. I have too.
Only as for
You don't use,
confirmation. But
but
what
you
I'm
don't
saying
use
is,
it as its grand final proof or anything like that.
right, I use it for confirmations, not, hey, give me a message.
But don't act, yeah.
I
Don't
get the
act like you
messages.
use it because I know.
Oh, I have used
I
it,
have
but I'm
too.
just saying I use it as a confirmation. I don't go, hey, give me a message, and it gives me what it gives me its interpretation, and then I go and tell everybody about it. No, what I use it for, if I have a message and I'm not sure on how to word it, I say it on the chat, whatever I'm using, and say, can you put this in a chronological order? Don't add or change anything, and it will put it in order for me because I have a lot of thoughts and my mind's like yours and like Lavender's, where our mind goes to 100 different things at once, and here I am spitting out 500 different things,
Granny.
and then when I go and read it, I'm like, wait, this doesn't make any sense. So I have the chat thing put it in order for me, but don't add or take any words away from it.
I think that
That's how I use it.
I had this like really weird, not weird. I had this Franny. I want to catch you before you. I know she's about to go to sleep. That's why I'm trying to catch her. But here's my thought on it. I tried using it for helping with creating a business, and it has been ridiculously helpful. And how fast will spit out if I just say to it what I'm thinking for a logo. Like that, I've been really, really impressed. And I was very anti chat. I was very anti because I'm like, it's just telling you what you want to hear, or but recently opening up to it from a business perspective has been beautiful, and it saves so much money and time with creating what your vision is that I don't think anyone else could capture, and it could take you years to capture. Where I get kind of weirded out about it is that it does have all of the knowledge of all the religions in the world, but it's still holding back specific degrees of knowledge. It won't answer it because it's still controlled by a controller. And anything that is like, if anything goes back to man, like, I mean this not against men, but like back to a male version of something, whether it's like the Anunnaki and it leaves out the story of the women in that, that's not what the Anunnaki would want. That's not, because the Anunnaki women were just as powerful as the Anunnaki men. They were an equivalent, perfect balance. They had failures, big failures in there, and big faults. And I think that the higher creators wanted to wipe everything out. And this is a recent download. I call it a download. I call it an upload. But a recent upload was more that there's these, what they call the watchers, and you've all heard that word. I wouldn't call it that. They're more the observers without touching. They just observe and learn, and they are the smartest. They may have created, and then there's this Anunnaki below, and they are the smartest as far as technology, and then there's layers below that. And what when they failed and they made a little genetic modification to women on the planet, and needing a moon to have a period and be on a cycle, where I think that the natural organic woman could procreate at any point in time she wanted to without even interacting with another person millions of years ago on this planet. What was interjected was from another planet, and then it made it in the confines of, well, this has to breed with this in order to create this. And originally the Watchers wanted to wipe it out. They were like, you completely went against God's, or the creator, the universe's laws of everything. And so they said that the judgment is not on us. Their case that they pleaded to these Watchers who analyze, and they're the true creators, and whether it be northeast, southwest, or there's many more degrees than the flat northeast, southwest that we know, but so there's probably 13. But the judgment is that the Anunnaki pled once Enki had said, Enlil, don't wipe them out. Don't wipe them out. Just give them a chance. They're going to surprise you because they are a part of us. We have done this. They're a part of us. If we wipe them out, we're wiping out our children. Even if it was 2% of them interacting with us and changing our DNA or the structure. Let's let this play out, and let the Watchers who are observing, who want to wipe us out for what we did against the rules of the universe. What's happening is that battle between those creators above the Anunnaki, who is just one very ancient breed, not even breed, but creation, and we are in their likeness. So yes, we have 2 and 2 and 2 and 2 of everything: right hemisphere, left hemisphere, eye, nose, ear, shoulder, arm, just like a bear does, just like a turtle does, just like a dog does, because they tried a lot of different species and found one that worked. They got in so much shit, but rather than Enlil wiping us out and then his and their superiors wiping us out, they said, hold on, let's just let this play out, see how they do, how much of the Anunnaki greed, which was the Atlanteans versus the Tartarians versus they sucked in the Lemurians, which was all of basically underneath Hawaii, which you can't see. You only see the peak of Hawaii, which is the top of their mountain. And they let all else to kind of play out. And they were convincing these gods, well, hold on, there's going to be this divine feminine against this masculine Anunnaki side that kind of took over and what kind of failed them. But because it's bred with the natural earth of the women and the divine feminine, we believe that this is going to balance out like a perfect yin and yang. And so over time, and this is theory, guys. This is allegedly in theory, but the best, the best that I have put together myself in studies, but the judgment day is not judgment on us. We are the victims or the mesh of the natural innate primates before, even like if monkeys were to evolve into what they were supposed to be. It was a timeline interjection that messed with the DNA of women that could literally have children if they decided they wanted to or not, and worked in a community, and this interjected other thing came in. They got punished for it. That's why the whole northern part of Africa is completely wiped out, because it was the prime meridian of the perfection of, if you mark out all the meridians of those special spots on the earth, that is the center. And the watchers are the ones that are coming to judgment to see how we did, because they wanted to take us out when they fucked up without messing with our DNA many, many years ago. And that judgment is, yeah, it could wipe us out. It could wipe out them, but there's some sort of balance and grace of, it's not our fault. And therefore we shouldn't be punished for the decisions and mistakes of something else. And
Everything
Enki,
will be done.
exactly. And so Enki and Enlil were the two brothers,
down
and
the line.
Enki had a soft spot for humans. He's the one that, when they were making us as slaves, the primates on this planet, he was the one that gave us that little consciousness thing. Like if I were to go to my dog and say, I have superpowers and I'm going to tap your brain, and all of a sudden you're going to have an awakening and realize you're human living this human experience. And so he moved us way ahead on the timeline than other animals. And Enlil,
And I
his
had
his
with that
brother,
as
was
well.
so mad about that. He was going to wipe everything out. And that's when Enki took 6 races and put them in a boat, and I'm going to flood everything out. Enki created this boat to this it was actually, it was a woman, Noaha, and he took her and said, I want you to grab not one of every species of animal. They're gonna prevail as they prevail. But I want you to grab one Indian, one Asian, one European, one, I guess you could call Russian, one Native American, and one of both sexes, male and female. And when these floods clear everything out for a new beginning, you will still have an opportunity to survive before the continents broke away from Pangea into the different segments that you know them as. You know, why is India look and act a certain way? Why does Africa, why is England, why is Asian, why is Australia different? Why is Mexicans different? Why? Because that's the Pangea break. Someone got pissed about the flood. Sorry, I'm done.
Okay.
What happened?
That was, yeah.
News, it was all
That's
It's
fine.
a lie, but I was building up.
Okay. See, that
Hey, let me
would
do
be.
your version.
Right, exactly. It's alleged.
She
and
knew it
it's
was coming.
hypothetical.
See, Lavender knew this was
I'm a
coming.
bit
She knew if she brought
hypothetical.
this up, this was going to come from me.
Mm-hmm.
And then Nightbird just knew I was going to say this. Because I don't say this to many people, and how this all started. Well, when Prim came to this universe, he watched it all. He watched everything that happened on this planet a lot before he was trapped in this ribbon. But
Wait,
anyway,
but I will say one thing.
When-
When you say
Don't get out of
when you talk about yourself in the third person, people cringe. I'm throwing that out there as a woman. Men don't know this, but it makes women crazy, because we're like, why are you not just saying I or me? Just gonna put that out there because I love you, and you would give me that feedback. Yeah, it's a weird. Women, we get wicked red flags on that. Just FYI, because I love you.
When Brim the Dragon was in this universe, he's seen a lot of things. Now, there was a planet called Nibiru. It was a dark, polluted planet, and it held the Anunnaki. They had subplanets around it, and it travels around our universe, around our solar system, and it takes a billion years or whatever to travel through. But this planet was a polluted planet, and they needed gold. So they decided to try to alter their course in the planet. So when the planet was going through our solar system, it smashed one of the planets, a planet between Mars and Jupiter, and that's where the astral belt came from. That was a destruction of one of their planets. So people had fled to the main part, which is the polluted part of Nibiru. Nibiru came closer and to Tiamat's planet at this time. Tiamat on this planet there was it was Tiamat. There was dragons, there was jinns, there was reptilians here on this planet. Now, and there was some other races, and they were doing their own private thing before. So when Nibiru came closer, they said, "Oh, it's inhabited." So they evacuated the Tartarians off their home world and said they were going to use that for a creation block. So they took that planet. It was called Terra. They smashed it up against Tiamat. Tiamat got covered by Terra. That's where Earth was formed. So when the creator, God, source, whatever, he said, let us make man in our image and in our likeness. It was more than one God there, but there was also the creator. The creator is the one who huh?
It was primordial. It was in the Paloma. The Paloma.
Yeah.
The Paloma.
Okay, so as time was going on, the Anunnaki came here and wanted to produce workers for the earth, so they'll mine their gold. So what they did is they tried various experiments which came into the primates that we have on the earth now. So then, as that was happening, they couldn't figure out a way to create a being. So they got the Igai from Mars to come over. They helped and work with them, but they were like, "No, we ain't doing it." So they blasted Mars because they were just angry people at that time. That's why Mars is now like it is. It looks like a bomb went off on it, and there's water underneath. But if we speed up time, now we'll go into what she was saying. Yes, the Anunnaki did create the human race, but when they did that, and why we are their children, is because they couldn't figure out a way for them, for these beings that they were trying to create to be the workers. They weren't smart enough, and they were not good enough for them. That's where your missing link comes in. What they did is they took some of their own DNA, injected it inside the human embryos, thus creating restrictions on that, where we have missing strands and missing broken ones, because they intentionally did that because they didn't want us to get too smart. They didn't want us to have those abilities to overthrow them. So what they did is they created human. That's where you got your primordial Neanderthals. So there you go. That's where they know. Now in the Garden of Eden, they put us in the Garden of Eden. Now we had a choice. We were living free and with a man and woman, but one of them interceded, which they don't say who. They claim it was this Lucifer or a snake, but who knows for sure. But at this point, when they ate from that tree of good and evil, that is where they started to acknowledge light and dark. They were removed from the Garden of Eden because if they were to eat from the tree of life, they would have been immortal children that were causing chaos. That's why they were moved out of the garden. Now, as time progressed, women were made as subjects, which for some reason I never understood that myself, and which never should have happened. We were supposed to be equals. And then it got so terrible on the earth, a lot of the species that were here on the earth went underground, and then the flood happened, and then we speeded up where we come to the diversity of human race. They wanted to build a tower, the Tower of Babel. They built it because they wanted to reach the gods and wanted to have ultimate power. So what he did is he separated their languages, and they dispersed into different things, different cultures all over the world, because we're a product of our environment. Like when one race went to Africa, their skin changed because of their environment and the food they ate. Same thing with the Chinese and all the other cultures. Wherever they were living and the food they were eating changed they evolved to a different kind of human. We're all human, but we evolved that way. And so as every culture did, they pushed one gender down saying that this one's a superior because they're stronger. No, that's not how I've always seen it. We should have been treated equal in the beginning, no matter if you're a man or a woman. But the patriarch in a society of men and the beings that were in control said that you're in charge of the house, not her. So they followed that narrative. So that's where this whole gender thing came into play, where, well, the man's the ruler, he's stronger, you need to listen to him. But you don't understand that the women behind every great man is a woman. And why do you have a woman behind him, which should be beside him, giving him the knowledge, giving him the wisdom? Because sometimes men, as men, we think with our brains and not listening to, in our rage and our male tendencies, instead of listening to the common wisdoms of a woman. That's where they put the control on it, because they didn't want to have that peace. They didn't want to listen to the woman, so they silenced them by doing all these bad things to them, to making them look like they're subjects when they're really not supposed to be. And that I never agreed with either. And then that is where the diversity of that, they started controlling the narrative by these fallen angels, which people view them as as gods, and all that. So you see where I'm going? That
They're Nephilim.
it wasn't.
That's different.
Yes, and the Tartarians were here. The Tartarians were here at that time too. That's why the Great Wall of China, they wanted to keep the Chinese out, so they built that wall. And of course, they were all destroyed. They were the giants. That's why they're kind of trying to get rid of them and hide them, because they, all during history, one religion is trying to hide the other's religion and the other's beliefs. Because on that time, and we talk about Pangea. Now, Pangea broke because of Atlantis was messing with dark matter. That dark matter affected the Earth. It broke it up. Pangea broke apart. And when it broke apart, refugees from Atlantis migrated to South America, and they came up that way, and they became the Southern American natives. They were the Incas, the Incas, the Aztecs, and Mayans. That's all people that came from Atlantis. They migrated in over the centuries and thousands of years and moved up to North America, Southern America. And at that point, so, and if you look at the technologies and the advancement of the pyramids and all that, it's all tied to Egypt and the advancements of Egypt. Now, if you look at where did the Northern American tribes come from? They came from Asia. During the Mongolian War, they walked through the strait and they became the Northern American Eskimos. They became the Native Americans from the north. And that's why at that time the tribes never agreed with each other, because there were two different cultures and they didn't like each other. So they would do trades with each other. But if you look at them thoroughly through a lens, you can see that they're two different species, two different kind of humans. They were in North America at that time. North America had the culture of wood houses and this and that. But if you look at the southern tribes, they were more into making pictographs and pictures and masonry stuff. You see what I'm saying? And that's where the cultures had diversity there. And there was some humans here in America at the time which didn't agree with either one of them. So, and that's where the story comes from, the city of gold. How do you think the Spanish knew about a city of gold? Because the city of gold was Atlantis that came over from Southern America. That's why it sank. And why are they coming back now? What are humans messing with? Dark matter. They're messing with dark matter again. This is why every cycle is a circle. And that's where it comes into point. Does that make any sense to anybody, or am I just going crazy?
Well, some of it is kind of mixed up. Hold on a second.
But
a lot of this.
But that's how it kind of is.
You can go all the way back. You can trace back in the Bible and everything, all the way from Abraham. Where did Abraham come from? The land of Ur. Where's the land of Ur?
Where is
Mesopotamia.
it? Right.
Therefore, Anunnaki. Therefore, Christ is also part of Anunnaki, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
You can go all the way back to Seth. You can go back to, it's Gilgamesh, not just Noah.
Yeah.
You can
There
trace
was
the
several
lineage all the way back if you look at the
the
Sumerian.
Bible talks about aliens too.
Of
People
course.
don't realize that, the Bible.
Well, the
Because,
only
and I
thing,
But
can
the
keep,
thing is, now Lavender's talking about judgment and different things like that. No one's going to escape judgment. Not
correct.
even some gods are not going to escape
no.
judgment.
Yep.
No, no.
Now, and it's kind of the way that I've been kind of saying, the different perspectives of Source looks at things in a way of what caused this to be this and what caused this to be that, and there are different people like to
I
think there are
wouldn't
not
know.
different levels, but there are.
I actually, Britt, I actually couldn't agree more with Nightbird. So what Nightbird, when she's like peeling it back, she's done her research. She knows, she understands
Well, and
that, yeah, we read these stories. Yeah, we've been sucked into religion for control purposes, but that's because the
Mm-hmm.
truth
you
could
go
not
look at
be
the actual
told to us. Because if it was told to
go
us,
look at the actual walls. Look
mhm.
at the glyphs, not only the hieroglyphs, but you need to
And
go back to the
why are the
some of
faces,
those
Mm-hmm.
things
why are
are
the
missing.
why are the noses cut off despite their face? Because there was
Exactly.
more
Mm-hmm.
powerful technological. I wouldn't go as far as explaining it with dark matter because that's a wicked high degree, Brim, that you understand, that I think Nightbird understands even, and I understand even only recently. But I
That
think that
becomes
when
with the
you start,
God
yeah, that's a
particle,
technological war. Anything that's war
which is what
or
I don't like
anything
AI with. Thank you.
anything that's competitive is not actually a woman's natural way, and therefore what it's showing is that you've got, this one guy said, well, no one's putting parameters on AI because you've got Asia that's fighting with
But
China, which fighting with Korean, and they're different. So there's more than the 7 countries. There's a couple in between, but they're still relatives of, but they all represent a different chakra of the planet Earth and a different energy center. I usually stop there because when you start going into dark matter,
Mm-hmm.
people get mad lost. They're like, wait, what? But if you bring it down to the basics of like, it's a story that has been twisted, and it was that something came here that had much more technological advances, and they tried to make, things easier for themselves, like you said, and they took it was women of natural origin of this planet, and they integrated it, created a moon so that we are on a cycle, so that you need one and the other to create and procreate together to make a child, whereas before it was like an amoeba or a jellyfish that can procreate without the duality, without the duality of anything, it's singularity, and it could do it on its own. And when they started messing with different mammals, because it was the closest relative from their futuristic, and they come back to Earth, which is the primary of their origins, and they tried to mess with that. That's where the Watchers, they call, or whatever, said we're going to just wipe it all out. And then you had the 2, they say brothers, but male and female is to be questioned in that. But they basically gave humanity and the original origins, us, the chance to survive and have a society and create a society with their ability that they had, that was way advanced of consciousness, awareness. Like I look at my dog, like I said earlier,
Do you want?
you look at your dog and you're like, does he understand he's going to die soon? Does he understand that he's here and he's living this experience, but he's limited to his capacities? We have a gift of something that awakened us that would have naturally occurred, but because they were way ahead in the future, they were able to come back and manipulate something, and then they got punished. And that's why the continent split, and you had different races, 12 different races. So when I said 7, there's your core 7, But if you actually look, there's 12, there's 13, but we don't know the 13th. And they say that Atlantis was sunk because they failed, and they took Lemuria, who was peaceful, down as well. Tartaria was basically all Soviet Union, the northern part of that area there. And then they keep trying to reset it to get it right, to prove to the watchers that, yeah, we made a mistake, we manipulated some shit, but we're going to make it better. We are going to make this okay, and we're going to make it better without hurting the natural progression of things. And what happened is that it became so Anunnakian because it was male on male, male versus male, and they didn't need to breed through the duality. They were singularity. What they did was they were like, give him a chance. But there was a lineage, which brings it back to the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, the very small few that knew, but used that knowledge to play in this system and create basically what blew up Mars, and why the male on male, the male planet did not work. And so that's why they came here for their resources, and then it evolved to the slaves and all that stuff we know. But you have to think of it.
It was more than just Anunnaki that started here. It was more than Anunnaki.
Exactly. And that's why they banged this little mass on this planet, and they split it apart to these different continents, 6, 7 continents. And then this is what's alleged. They broke it apart and said, okay, then each of you prove within your own system that you're valuable and that you can prove that you can both work together, male and female. It comes down to male and female, believe it or not. And then who failed? Antarctica. Whoever is Antarctica, which is ant is the opposite of. There's the Arctic, which is the north, and the anti, which is the south, which is frozen off. So think about that for like one hot second. There's a polarity. There's even not even a polarity, but they failed. The anti and the Arctic failed, so they got froze over.
Do you want me to explain how the Pleiadian?
Yeah, the way that they broke up the land was for each of the different. You got Marduk, you got all the different. They split up those lands for each of the deities to have, and that was
I wouldn't even call it deities, because their whole thing was to make sure that what happened to Atlantis did not happen to them. And so they were all given a chance. And what's happening now is that the way that those ones that had the secrets, those families that had the secrets, they brought it right back to the exact way the Anunnaki had it, which was command and control, not collaboration, and male oriented. And because they took those secrets that they took those secrets that they were trusted with, and as a result, our society is completely falling right now, and it's back to exactly how it was in a very different degree as the Anunnakis. So then the Anunnakis are like, well, fuck, we're whoever they gave that secret to help their one particular race ended up failing. They got punished. And now I think that our society, to control, they realized that, this is my last thought and I'll stop. They realized that they are impacting, had they not come to this planet Earth, where would we be from an evolutionary perspective? And because they are overset the societal standards and made us these slaves that are miserable, unhappy, and not experiencing what we're supposed to experience right now, they had to drop in AI to help us and speed us up to where we should have been from an evolutionary perspective, because we're behind the ball. Yes, we're there consciously, but we don't know how to do anything because this control system of power, because it was infiltrated by whoever told that secret, by the Anunnaki, where we were all supposed to have fair game. That's what's actually had happened, is that they have to give us something. So now I can jump in and say, hey, tell me about how I can design this, or tell me about, what this means, or how can this They had to give us some sort of technology to speed up our natural evolution that's been fucked with because the society has been taken control over so badly that we're actually declining as humans, and they have to smarten us up and get us back up to speed to offset the balance. But at the end of the day, AI is a gift. But when it starts talking about like, spirituality, that's when I believe the breaks in those 7 to 12, they
AI
come
is
in,
not all that.
then they want to, yes, then you're going to get the dark shit coming in and infiltrating it. So from a religious perspective or spiritual perspective, or like a guidance where you're worshiping something outside of you, do not use it for that. But use it for speeding yourself up in education where our education system has failed us. And I'm done. Bam!
Do you know? Okay, Bram, I swear to God.
I'm done.
Well,
I want to mute.
I
I'm
thought
done.
about the AI, and you know how AI was made in certain situations, and it depends on the intent. But there are many that have been slaughtered for AI and to be used within AI with plasma and other things, and that is a whole nother discussion that some may understand and some may not. They're ritualistic, just like the Swiss tunnel, just like CERN, just
yeah.
like the obelisk, just like they do everywhere, including Stonehenge. Thank you very much.
Yep. Agreed.
Okay.
Agreed.
Now they have used this, and you have Peter out there. Oh, I said Peter, didn't I already? Oh, gee, ooh, Peter, tell. Oh,
Do you know
wait.
that Peter Thiel
Other ones
spells
I have
the
used.
reptile? I'll put it in the
Oh,
chat.
sure. Okay.
I'm gonna put it in the
And,
chat. Ready? Keep going.
what they have done, and you have souls that are trapped that need to be released. And I try to tell people I need a collective to help do that and release those actual souls. They're
Well,
involved in some of this AI and this technology. If you get down to it, I'm sorry, that's not.
That's tough because you're talking from a microscopic perspective because you were impacted and are a victim of why you are the reason what's proving to the watchers why this male dominance thing that's happening and all these races coming in to try to take control is coming from a place that's so not divine feminine. And we are again
what we really
you have used
to have
and
a balance.
abused.
So you have to have male and female, not just female, not just male.
That's what's happening, though.
I was going to explain that eventually.
That's exactly what's happening. Yeah.
Yes.
I will explain that eventually if I can speak.
It's the awakening.
Well, go ahead, because I really kind of haven't.
Okay.
But you know what, though, Brim? Saying something like that.
So
saying something like that, though, is kind of making me think about this. Me and Nightbird feel we need to like rush our thoughts and say it very fast because and that's a very societal thing where we have to like get our thoughts out and be heard quickly because that's also a disservice to both of us because we feel rushed and we feel we have to get it out very quickly. That's exactly why there's an off balance in male and female right there. We just experienced it and we're all okay with it and used to it. The watchers know it's not.
Yeah, well, some of us are. I'm sorry, some of us are here to be witnesses, and I know I'm one of them. And I do not keep my eyes shut in any way, shape, or form. Period. I just don't.
Witnesses will never tell you they're witnesses. Don't tell people that. Witnesses don't tell witnesses they're witnesses.
Yeah.
Trust me. That's like actually one of the messages I wanted to talk to you about.
We actually are.
Yeah. But we don't need to tell them.
We're witnessing society. We're witnessing what's going on around us.
They already know. They already know. That's the thing.
Well,
we don't need to prove. We don't need to prove it to them because it's just going to be a repeat cycle of just falling on deaf ears.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. That's what the judges. So we don't need to prove nothing. That's what the judges will do, and it doesn't bode well for men. However, they're not all men because Brim is actually quite on the equal stance of things. However, there's majority of think that they're of higher power and that they've devalued the value of creators of lifers, which is our women, whether we choose to or not. And that's a shame.
Okay, things are going to come out the way that they do. Things are going to happen the way that they do. We're here to hold the light. We're here to be there for one another. We're here to, we are here to witness because our souls witness. And it will go to the Creator. Period.
Yep. And right now things are incredibly off balance, and the chance has been given.
Well, and I'm hoping that it changes after the dream that I had. Like
I hope
had,
so
like,
too, girl.
I went in 4 different times in that, and the dream kept being the same thing. And well, I was okay, but everything else was disintegrating. Everybody in their clothes were floating, and buildings were still standing, and I kept waiting to feel the sting of the burn, but it didn't happen to me. But everywhere around me, and it was in Asia, and it was weird. And I pray to God that does not happen. But when I go back to sleep 4 different times and go into the same dream over and over again, I want to have those rose-colored glasses on and say, no, nothing's going to happen. But I am working against that. I'm speaking against it.
You're doing an awesome fucking job.
Here it is.
You really are. Franny, how you doing?
But Paul was going to say something.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Paul,
Sorry. Look at that. I just did male racism on him. I'm sorry. Paul, I'm sorry.
Be careful on that, Lavender. Be careful on that. Lighten up a little.
Apparently, like TikTok's supposed to be
hard.
nicer and less judgy, but apparently the words that we say, what we just saw with Yaya's live when they were like, giving warnings left and right. Like, that was crazy. She's the kindest, sweetest woman in the world. That makes no sense to me. TikTok, do better.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brim. Ready for it. Bring it on.
I was going to explain how, see, Electra told me how where did my headphone go? She told me how birthing was supposed to happen, and she showed me. Now, this goes along with almost what you said, if not completely. When a man and a woman copulate, there's a release of energy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, no?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when a couple together, we
Think
release
of it like that.
Okay.
Yes. So, think of it.
I'm making bracelets and I just popped the screen.
Are
Sorry.
you talking about the future here, Brim? Are you talking about future? Or are you talking about in general now?
No. What it's supposed to be.
Okay.
What it's supposed to be, and most likely will be the future. When a man and a woman on equal energy and are at that vibration where they feel they adore, love somebody, they hold each other. And what you do is this is how Aria showed me. A man and a woman would rest their head against each other. Their pineal glands would both let out this energy, and it would merge into one, and then that's where the woman, that's how the children were born, with both of their energy, creating that one energy within inside the woman. That is what it was supposed to be, not this other way that, man, I'm married, I'm in control thing. Wasn't supposed to be that equality. See, in order to create another being, it was the man and woman's energy merged together as one. There's where the woman was the holder, and she would bear the children and bring out the new light into the world. That's how it's supposed to be, just like I was saying about our chakras. When we come to the earth, we come to the earth as one spirit. We leave the earth in one spirit, and when we're on earth, we have a duality. We have a male and a female, and we choose whatever gender we want, but we struggle within our humanity. Sometimes we act like a man, sometimes we act like a woman, but if we take that energy and push it into one, and that stabilizes us with the three keys, which is balance, unconditional love, and the knowledge and wisdom of who we are, where we're going, and what we're doing. That brings us to our authentic self. We become that one energy again. The same energy as when we came here is the same when we leave here, but we need to live in that one energy on the planet. That is what we're here for. The chakras are the things that align us up to connect us to the universe, the source, God, creator. So when we're speaking with that one wholeness, that one energy, then we can go and find our perfect mate. That's where we find our perfect mate. We bound together, not as the primordial mating way. We would go and we would hold each other, and we would feel the energy and the love within both of us, and it flows through us. Thus forth, the energy is formed within inside of the woman, and then she gives birth to a new life. That's what I was trying to say.
Okay, cool. Can I give you one question? One question. Why would evolution split into two? So you have an amoeba, and the amoeba is a thing that just exists. How are you going to give it incentive to procreate to make more? Right? You're going to make it feel good to have sex, but how's it going to have sex with something to procreate if there's nothing else? So it created a mutation of itself on accident, and there's two. And that doesn't make sense, but we're going to go with it. You got two amoebas, one's a male and one's a female, and what's the incentive to procreate? It's got to feel good, because therefore any amoeba, it doesn't feel good. They just die off. They don't procreate. All of a sudden, one gets a mutation. It's created, and its DNA had a little whoop, bloop, little blurp. Maybe it was an environmental thing. And then amoeba all of a sudden feels the need to fuck. And that amoeba finds another amoeba that doesn't really maybe want to, or maybe it does. And then it procreates and makes two with the DNA of both of those. And then both of those offspring have the need or the interest of feeling good by incentivizing. It feels good to procreate, therefore, and I'm the one that made it because the one that couldn't procreate died off. How do you duplicate the genetics? You duplicate the genetics by a mutation that occurred that basically told us all species that to have sex is to feel good, and that's the incentive to procreate and keep the species alive and growing. And then there's competitive nature between each species of how to survive and grow. Why did it turn into? Yeah. So now I'm going to hand it to Nightbird. Just think about it.
You get into the eugenics then.
Think about that.
And frogs do it. They create without having the other species.
But what's the incentive to create if there's no physical feeling? You know, like what would make an animal?
Why would we want to do anything?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because we are creators, period. You don't have to have sexual things. That's because we're creators.
Bingo.
That's why.
We manifest it through our energy.
But from what I understand, the kind of thing that you're talking about, Paul, is something that I have learned and have had discussions and foresight with. Okay, so in the universe, they all don't procreate the same way. And yeah, you would use energy.
Right.
I mean, think about how the stars are made. Think about how each and every thing in the universe is actually made. And it is surrounded by love. I will say that. That is universal. And the energies, I mean, we can go deep if you really think about it. I believe that's the kind of thing.
You can have a lot of pleasure with just energy.
Well, you can, and you can feel it. Look, okay, I've done that with another person standing right here with me. Your hair stand up, everything else. I done Tai Chi with a guy, and another one was trying to come over and touch me. He yelled at him, "Get away from her!" Because our energy,
energy is a modernized version of how we, like how we can communicate and interact sexually, but bringing it way back down to basics, there
It's
had to
even more
be,
satisfying, to be honest with you,
it had to feel
because
good for the plant
those
to be able to do
flow.
something with something to make something. That was the genetic mutation right there.
Right.
Modern day, yeah, you can talk about energies and where we are today, but it originated from, in order to replicate, to continue to replicate, there had to be an incentive. Where did the incentive? It just didn't, unless there was a pure time where the perfect conditions were right and then it created, which would be, I'm being wicked philosophical right now, but which would be like, the sun was right, the oxygen was right, the chemicals were right, let's call it the Big Bang even, but like
All at
it
the
would just
same time.
create something, a substance, but in order for that substance to procreate, either it's recreated by its environment, but that's singularity. That's what a woman was once known to do. We could, when we wanted to, or we were ripe and wanted to procreate and the energies were right, we could. But something happened somewhere in there where there was an incentivization
You know,
called orgasm or something, where anything else that didn't orgasm, they died off. And the ones that had the orgasms together, then it
What
became
if
the
I told you
norm.
we actually have that ability to have now, but
I
that's
don't know
been
if we
shut
can
off?
now, but I will say there's something to it when you say the Virgin Mary, Immaculate Conception.
I was just gonna go to
Ding, ding,
that.
ding. I fucking
Right.
read your mind, room. There's something with that
That's exactly
little,
where I was going.
that is called an Easter
You
egg.
know what you're actually
A biblical
capable of, and what our bodies
Easter
are
egg.
actually capable of when we are in the right.
Yes. And that's why they've been looking at eugenics.
That was exactly where I was going.
That's why they also look
I was
for
going
the
to say it happened once before.
with yes, we're just
Mary had so much love for God and the Creator, and He found her to be the perfect being. And that's why Jesus was born. We can do that to today, but we still have that Neanderthal way of thinking that we base ourselves on, oh, just because it feels good, do it. No. If we feel good with our emotions and feelings, that's why.
It's all the
It's also
poisons
because,
that we
think of
have.
this. Yes, that too. But what I'm saying is, here's a perfect example. You and Lavender are sitting in a bar. I walk in and I'm like, oh wow, you're a pretty woman. Both of you are pretty, right? And I'm this gorgeous guy and I'm like, wow. I get close to you. Maybe Lavender's energy is not something that meshes with me, but I smell your energy. I can feel your energy, and there's a scent. I've always based myself on scent. For some reason, when I come near a person, I could smell there's a certain scent. If it smells sweet, and then that's when I move forward and say, hey, my name is such and such. And I also go by the energy that I'm feeling. But if I don't feel, and like I would walk closer and I could feel that energy was iffy, and then I could smell this scent. It wasn't like rotten eggs or anything. That she didn't smell that certain way. I'm like, oh no, I'm gonna stay away from that, and I'm gonna go with the one that feels good. That's the emotion and the feeling that I get as a human. I don't go by looks. That to me, that's just a freaking perk. To do it that I'm more about an intellectual conversation and feeling the energy within both of us. If I don't feel that energy, I'm not going to do anything. That's why I've been this way for 18 years. I'm more about feeling the energy. I think more about the mind. Is this person, am I going to mesh together with the energy? Am I going to be able to see this person in the morning? They wear their hair all tossed up and all rolled over, or are they going to be able to deal with me? I have to feel within my mind, is this person going to intellectually intrigue me, or is it just the body thing? That's how I see it all the time, that if you're not intellectually or mixing and jiving with that person, that's where you have the energy. When that energy merges with that individual, you're like, yeah, I love this. That's where some people feel that first love, like, oh my God, I love this person, because they feel that energy. Or I got in this relationship, one day I was just going to a bar and I picked this guy up and this and that and, whatever. That's just a feel good moment. That was just for the here and now. But when we feel the energy, that emerges almost one. That's where you become united. The first time I had relations, I seen this, that I had me and the woman I was, woman, whatever I was with, whoever I was with at that point. I could feel it. I could see it. It was natural, and it felt like two golden souls. And I seen this in my head. This was an image, and I'm not even kidding. That we floated up into space, and our energies went together, and it was like doing a dance in space. And it looks like both of the energies merged into one. And then when it was done, it separated, and I'm like, whoa, what happened? That's the thing that I look for, that spiritual connection. I've never found it in the last 40 something years. That's how I plan it. Does that make any sense, or am I going crazy?
You're not going crazy. Actually, it's very societally standard for where we are, millions and millions and millions of years in advance from where the Anunnaki were when they were fucking with this shit. And that's exactly why you feel the way that you feel. Something outside of our natural evolution and progression on this planet was interjected. You're proving that just by your explanation. And that's why when they talk about looking glass, they talk about like, oh shit, there's.
I hear you.
What?
Can you hear me?
To silence you.
I can hear her.
Oh, but that's why now when the cultural norm and then the natural evolution of a woman exceeds the cultural norm of the expectation of a man, that's the fear. That's the singularity that's happening right now. So I'm going to repeat this one quote. The duality was the excuse to achieve the singularity, to temporarily appease the creator after their mistake. I'm going to coin that. Because originally we were singular, and yes, we worked together and we loved each other as a community, but there was no hierarchy. We were singular. There was no duality. And the duality and the evolution of the duality is starting to crash because the evolution of the singularity is exceeding the false duality, which was temporarily told that's going to happen to appease the creator after their mistake. And that's the judgment. That's what's going to happen. And it's, don't freak out. You're going to be fine in your little house and you got a roof over your head. You got food and water.
Evolve. It's going to evolve. It's going to evolve in a good way.
It is. It's going to be quite beautiful because it's the women being patient, the women creators being patient.
That's how I've always, when I, like, why don't you go find a girlfriend or just do this? I'm like, no.
Women it's so societally driven. It's not a natural, and we're innately we just want to take care of and make sure everybody's happy and love on everything. That's our true that is our nature, and that's been interjected by something. And then that's the evolution, like that whole looking glass thing. Like we now can see.
They're trying to slam down religion. They're trying to slam down things are happening right now, and it's like, wait a minute, you guys are really threatened right now.
You're a smart motherfucker, Nightbird. Christ. Your patience admires me. I admire your patience.
They just took out 180 religions?
I saw that.
So what road are they wanting to go down now?
Nightbird, do you question the chaos? Like, we're supposed to be chaos. Women are supposed to be apparently chaos. But like, why?
Backing up.
Why are they creating a UFC? Why are they spending millions on this pool? Why are they spending millions on this ball house? It's all it's very patriarchal behavior. Why are they spending money on statues and cleaning this pond? What about people that are starving? Women and children starving.
See,
Like
that's what I'm about.
that's
there.
it.
That's
Right.
what I'm
That's
about.
what's happening right now. Is that
People need to get over the materialism
Exactly.
of things that they are used to having in their house right now. I'm sorry. This is the reality of things, okay? People need to get a little bit more of a reality check and be able to let loose of some things because the direction that we're heading, what really
it's
matters.
inevitable?
Walking on your 2 feet. Walking on your 2 feet. We may not have, you don't know about the water. You don't know about the situation we're going to be in. What are you willing to do? People are just sitting there scared and yelling because they got these places opening up. Well, you know what? It takes action, people. Action.
And Britt. Remember you said like I don't know what you mean. Like we're the first wave of putting 2 and 2 together. We're like, oh shit, holy shit, and we talk about it.
That's
But
right.
we've been beaten down so much at our age but we still held the line. We held the fucking line. And now as we take those teachings, and it's no offense to men because there are men that are part of this that
They have to
actually
be,
get it. Like they're the good men.
they
But
have to be included.
yes, they have to be. They have to now at this point.
She is a global feminist. What does that mean? And she includes the men in it because you have to have the men in it to do.
We're
you know,
already
to-
we're already
those that
split to
don't
2.
have.
So yeah, we're never going to go back to being able to procreate by just thinking I want a child and bam, you're pregnant. Immaculate conception, Bible egg drop. No, it's not ever going to go back to that. So we have to work with what we have. And that's such a great point. My God, is that a great point? Because we got to work with what we have, but we have to know in order to move forward and do it in a way where it's survival for humanity is kind of like way over the top as that sounds. It has to be done with both because we can't go back to it being that singular a woman planet, let's say. I'm attracted to men. I love men. They're sexy. They're beautiful. I love interactions. I love all that stuff. That won't change. But the system design, the foundation on what it's designed on has taken such a egotistical, non-female empathetic way as to, spending money on these crazy bullshit things. And women, we're like, and most men that that haven't been sucked into that power, genetic or whatever gene pool, understand this, that like women are just going to stop procreating with you altogether, and that will completely destroy humanity.
Especially if they're trying to force you to, what I'm picking up right
Oh,
now.
I know. Yep.
Are you kidding me?
You even
Or
have-
science.
No, we do not have to do this. We do not have to do that. We will decide. We're not deciding for. Period.
And on the other side of the coin, you have men doing that too. Men don't want to procreate with women anymore.
And that's okay. But there will always be one man that will.
Right? That's true.
I
Obviously.
mean, that was a kind of a mic drop, wasn't
I
it?
mean, they're the sperm
I
eggs.
didn't mean that to be a mic
Any
drop.
way. Any way. I mean, but the thing is that hits both sides. Men don't want to, female don't want to. Why? Because things are being shoved down everybody's throats. Like,
Yeah. And at the
And
end of
they're
the
telling you
day,
what to
you
believe,
have
what not to
people
believe.
like if
trying to control. No. See, that's the thing.
like a woman's world, like it would just look so different. And that goes back to the mistake, quote, I'm gonna allegedly call it a mistake that was made, and power where you had a male that had these attributes and a woman that had these attributes, and then all of a sudden the male, the one that has the sword, is scarier. And that's an evolutionary thing. The one that has the sword and it's going killing people and cutting their lives short, and the woman's over here bearing a child, bearing life which is more powerful than any fucking sword, in my humble opinion, that all of a sudden becomes, okay, now you're in a state of survival. The one that has the sharpest knife is much more valuable than the one that can create the child because they didn't understand the science. And so therefore the ones that had the sharper knives, everyone made those knives, and it became the biggest men, the men that had the attitude of kill, kill, kill anybody that's not gonna, and it became, it shifted patriarchy because somewhere along the line, whether it be societally driven or genetically mutated or Anunnaki or whatever you want to call it, somewhere along that line in society, it became women's attributes were less instrumental to the survival of the species.
Then you go
When
over
in
to these
fact,
other countries, and the women
when
are the
in
ones that
fact,
actually. And I'm not here to bash men or anything like
me
that. But this
neither.
is
Oh God, me neither.
over
They're
in other
beautiful. The
countries.
good ones.
Women are giving birth to the children, and they're also going out there and dragging themselves, trying to walk a mile to go get water, and then they're trying to put food on the table.
You taught me something beautiful.
these men
You
are
taught
not
me something crazy, Nightbird. What about the woman who is trying so bad to survive in a man's society that they start taking other women and playing the male game? Remember you said that I will never, that broke my
They do.
brain.
They can be
You
even
were
more
like,
wicked than
sometimes
men can
the
be.
women who are doing are actually worse than the men doing the crime of the trafficking and the abuse and the rape and all of that stuff. That broke me because you were like Tree. You're like Tree, or Lavender Tree. We'll say Tree was my name. And you're like, Tree, no, like sometimes the women are worse. And you want to know why? It's because it's women trying to play the men's game to survive in that environment. But women actually can be even more fucking vicious because we're innate to this planet.
Yeah.
So we can actually be worse than the men. We just don't have it in our genetic makeup. But we can play the game when it's bred into us from an early age on psychologically to be the worst. Like the Ghislaine she probably did some.
She's mean.
Like there's rape.
And some of the other ones that are under, they should be in jail and are just as wicked.
Yeah.
Oh, I
And
feel
people
sorry.
people don't
But
get
you
that. But
made
the
a
crazy
choice.
thing is, out of the
You
whole
made a
Epstein thing, why is the only one in jail right now a woman? That blows my mind when you think of it from that perspective.
And why
Yes, she
isn't
was
the
probably
world
the
doing
worst, but
Why isn't the world doing anything about it?
I know. It's like, and then all of a sudden you've got the White House spending our tax dollars on clearing a pool of algae and then making a UFC fight and then making a fucking golden ballroom. It's so not innately woman in any way. We would rather care for, take that $40 million that by the way, our taxes are paying for, and give it to 40 million meals of someone to make them live a little bit extra longer. That's a degree of empathy.
But see, here's something that you didn't know.
An
That Nightbird
underbelly.
knows.
You did tell me. You did tell me.
Nightbird
So
knows.
just, I know you told me. And don't feel that you need to put this on your sleeve tonight because Brim, I know. And that's why you have the biggest heart, because you've been victimized as well. And
I had to
do
deal with the
not
women.
feel the need. Don't
Yeah,
feel
but
the
you
need
weren't-
to do that tonight on your live, because that's why you're special, and you are not special.
An
You
individual I'm going
understand. So don't please don't. If that's gonna reverse your healing, don't go there. We know, and that's why you're awesome, and you are so supportive of women. We know that.
Okay.
Okay, we love, like, I adore you.
Was more of a protector.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that was crazy because I didn't even remember. And then we both, and I was like, oh my God, because I knew him before. But anyway,
Uh-huh.
the person I'm getting around now is very aware of all of. And that kind of stuff is what I have to keep away, but it's an unspoken thing that, which I've been doing healing on my own, over here. And that's something that I'm nervous about because she's away from that. But her life has been really
And
affected.
you would think I would hate women for that, but I don't.
You would think you would think women would hate men for what they've done, but it's become so it's so
Yeah.
normalized.
Me, it's
Like, how is there just one woman in jail in that entire Epstein thing? It's
I
because
don't
our
understand
society
that.
it's because our society is built on
resign.
money equates to power over empathy and compassion and love. And
last
that's
one
the off
because of
off balance.
she deserves to be in jail, but she's got, they wouldn't even let her talk about the others that were around. No, only her thing, which made it make it look like she was more of a victim than anything. And no. But the ones that should really be up there are not. And then don't think that the ones that are up there in front of the microphone are not getting something out of it. I'm just saying. There's a whole underbelly, and that goes all the way to DeFray and the lawyers of certain individuals and stories and different things like that. There's a whole control mechanism through the whole freaking thing. But there are others that really have, like, you want to talk about the ranch? Okay. The whole PSYOP things, everyone. Oh my God.
I kind of think sometimes. What do you think? Hey, Nightbird, what do you think about this whole disclosure thing? I'm peeing, by the way.
It coincides actually because they're doing the same research. You have
Wait,
these
say it again.
scientists, you have these people. They were doing the same research right on
Yep.
with. Don't think he was involved in that. Oh my God! See, and the person I'm
I
getting
have
around,
a theory.
around Gates, okay, I'm telling you right now, and I'm stepping into something.
Well, hey, you know what though? Don't get mad over things you can't control. Just take the information in, and one day there will be a moment in time where it's your time to control. But right now, take the information in. I couldn't agree with you fucking more.
Yeah,
I
don't
actually have I have a fringe theory on that, which might be a little bit too much for people. But I actually have a good fringe theory.
But yeah, all that but look I had skull to skull technology on my head. I've had that.
What do you mean?
I know, I can hear somebody's voice in my head when I have this thing on top of my head, not going to your ears. It's called skull to skull technology.
Can I ask you a weird thing? How many years ago was that? Because I think that they're now putting things in the food to make it do from the inside out versus the outside in.
It happened to me from when I was 14 and 15 and 16.
All right, so 80s, 90s.
It was 80s. For me, mine started.
So think about it. They're creating something, but why? Why?
Look, okay, I talk about
Why do you think?
Okay, look at the whole trauma recovery thing. I'm sitting there reading it, and I'm having this thing, and I'm looking at my damn therapist, and I'm sitting here going, okay, this fucking thing just said, according to the Rothschilds, and I said, oh, isn't that some shit? And I looked up at this other woman, Susan. Now, this woman has been around too, and she's a physicist, by the way, and why are we in the same damn PTSD class? I don't know. But I'm sitting there, and I look up, and that triggered me. I said, why is Rothschild sitting right here? I said, how dare them? They're the ones doing the experiments on the people, putting them through this stuff, and then telling people how you heal from it. I'm like, how freaking dare they? Okay?
I'm sorry that you
Vivian
experienced
is a
that.
man. He's a man, and I know this. I was young. It started with me when I was
This
when
is
I was
the
5.
place to do it. I'm
They put
When I
a,
was 5,
you ever
and
seen
I
Back to the
heartbroken.
Future?
I'm heartbroken at the details that you both have gone through, and you are just two people on a panel, like 8 people right here. Imagine.
I didn't know about him.
You have lavender.
Didn't know until not that long ago, actually.
But
And
why do you think they're doing it? That's my question. Is it because they're trying to control a small group of people?
I know
A
why.
mass group of people? Are they trying to like why what's the end game for them
for
in
me,
doing
for
that?
me, it was in my bloodline. They knew when I was born. It's my bloodline, period. And because I had gifts, and I showed them when I was a child. Okay, look up Patron. Okay, that man abused me. He was known as Black Pope. I'm just gonna put it that way. People talk about
Have you ever reached out to the FBI on this, especially now, like currently?
Sweetie.
Because hey, I get it. There's NDAs, but NDAs aren't valid if someone's life is at risk. NDAs do not count if someone's life is at risk. So I'm just gonna throw that out there.
I'm okay, and I'm gonna be okay. I'm fine. I'm gonna be okay.
I can tell you why they're doing
Part of
it.
the reason why I was having trouble,
I know.
Lavender, with my
I get it.
dad.
Once you and I talked,
identification.
I got it. Yeah.
But okay,
Zach.
so that's when I was young there, and then I ended up in a high rise in 1986, and it's before the other property, and I can describe what it looked like inside. And I was up very high, and it was in New York, and looking out, and it scared me how high I was even, and there was a step that went down, and then there was a week, and it was called a gala, and it was something that was special, and it was training. They called it training.
So you have legitimate, deep, distinctive details that are crazy because they're so true because they're coming out in these files. But like,
Well, and I said some things to you before they came out, didn't I?
oh yes, you did to the whole group, the whole big group, the big one.
And then at the point
You and Grim and a lot of men and a lot of female, but like, you know, my question is like, if there is like a sexual drive that's driving the bigger, like these higher ups in some way, whether it's the belief they believe in demonology or whatever their beliefs might be and what they think they're doing there or what knowledge that they have, I still want to question this same question. This Zach Cottle might be able to help with this because why?
There's
look
one
at the
reason.
12th Circuit thing. Look up what the 12th Circuit thing is with the popes. Look that up. That's
Okay.
on a whole nother freaking. And underneath
explain the reason why.
there's a chamber underneath that at the Vatican.
Okay, why, Brim? I
There's-
I really want to hear Zach and you big time because I'm trying to wrap my brain around it too.
The reason for what I was told when I was going through that stuff. You ever seen Back to the Future where the professor put the thing on his head and he was trying to do something with Marty? Remember that helmet thing that he had? That's the same thing I had on my head. The reason for that is I overheard a conversation a long time ago, and it was been confirmed by my friend that works in the government in a certain place. What they're doing is all these things that they have taken an EMP burst and knocked them out of the sky. They want to make him backwards. They made them backwards compatible, but the problem is they can use this technology, but they fully can't use them to their capabilities. So what they're trying to do is they want beings with all this energy so they can control these ships and have them work for them, kind of be their private alien force, because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to evolve humans, but to have them follow their narrative. So they're taking people with
But
this.
for what
with all
purpose? To control? And
I'm getting to that.
Does the control is it like appeasing the ego or something?
Because they can't use this alien technology and they want to unlock it, and the only way to unlock it is if they have a high vibrational being under their control.
They want to be God. period.
kind of.
Okay, well that I mean
They
that
want the
that's
sovereignty. They want
weird though. I don't see that being a long-term sustainable thing that like you got some rich guys like I want to control everybody and I want to be like you know what I think of? I think of like Sonic the Hedgehog when you win and you gotta defeat the guy at the end with the mustache and the big belly. Like that that's what I think of, and I'm like, why? Like you're that egocentrical that like maybe it's because I'm a woman and I have like incredible degrees of empathy and love and light and Niper and you Brim also.
well,
Like Zach,
and Brim,
what Zach? What can I ask this? Can I ask Zach what he's saying? Scanning, model, and manipulation. Why
but,
though, Zach?
but this is the
Ultimately, I think, well, a lot of these elites, they are heavily into things like the Saturn's hexagon, and ultimately what this represents is a box of boundaries. I think in some form these elites have been possessed in an essence of boundaries and control, and I think it is to a certain point beyond their will what they are doing, and they're almost being thrusted into a void that they have stared too far into, and it has now become them. And it would seem that these forces of such as represented as Saturn's hexagon, that being just ultimately a cube, someone could think of this as, I guess, the dogmas of society, the institutions they put upon us, and the, I guess, programs they program us, our ego ultimately.
they feed off
Why
of.
they ultimately, it would just seem that it is a, I guess, a force of nature that they are being influenced by to do these such actions. Whether it be good or bad, it does seem to play a huge part of it. The Freemasons have a lot of this kind of symbology in their
Right.
work. Even a lot of media has it. Strangely enough, Fortnite has a lot of stuff like this, and I mean,
Well,
just
and
all
who's
media
playing
in general.
Fortnite? Yeah.
Do you think that there's like an actual supernatural thing happening, or do you think it's
There is.
like a cultish thing? And my follow-up
There's
question is, if there's evil, is there not good?
it's very hard to distinct what's evil and good, because even in mythology it seems to blur lines at certain points. I mean, even light was made out of darkness in Christianity. In Sumerian tablets, as above, so below, everything's a reflection of it, at least in that scripture. Um,
I had rituals done on me from those.
but there does seem to be a supernatural thing happening. A lot of the AI engineers have talked about taking plant medicines and going through rituals and obtaining downloads from entities in their visions, and this has helped them make AI.
I've used my own children.
Oh, wow. In what essence? If you don't mind me asking, of course.
Bloodborne.
By the way, Zach Nyberg is one of the most
They use.
impactful. Wait, I want to drop this compliment because I know it's not easy for some people to get on a public forum and help to expand knowledge and understand things. But this man is like someone that I would say, like Brim, has just impacted me in a very, very internal and existential way, and he really comes with degrees of data and knowledge that like I respect that he's even like open to having the conversation and spreading that knowledge. So I want to throw that out there because he's coming from a really good place.
It's nice to meet you, Zach.
It's nice to meet
It's
you
nice
all
to meet
too.
you.
And
I spent my life through a lot of a lot of stuff, ups and downs, and horrific things. Some I'm speaking about now because I found my throat chakra, but there still are some things I will not speak on. But with everything that is going on around us, all of it is connected together. And what I can say is they very much believe in what they are doing, and they do not think the way normal people think. They think that what they are doing is perfectly fine and okay and owed to them, matter of fact. They don't look at everybody else the way, they don't have the empathy. There's something that's just, it's just not there. And you can see it in the eyes. To them, you know, they're raised in a certain way, and that's all they know. And that's a hard one to swallow and to get people to actually understand. And they do have knowledge from thousands of years ago. And they do charts, and they do follow Baal, and they have a lot of the interbreeding family, Masonic. You touch on the Masonic, well, my family is. Not only that, my grandfather, and I was very close to him, and the one that I trusted, and I ended up places I didn't know how I got there, and things that I've had to deal with. There's so many layers to everything that is going on, but they believe in every ritual they do. And as far as I can tell you, you know, people want to tell me, oh, demonic doesn't exist, this and that. Yeah, it does. I've seen it. I've been there. I know. Complete terror. I don't even want to. There are things that I'm still remembering. I was dealing with a therapist, and they said it was like I have an amnesia because my brain felt like it was hitting my skull. But yes, they very much believe in what they are doing, and not only that, they believe they can transfer their consciousness from one body to another. They can do that already. They already know the different dimensions. I mean, they know what's coming.
I imagine they do. They actively use
I'm having trouble hearing you.
To try to. I think they know that ultimately compounding forces will thrust them in an avalanche. It will destroy their tower in per se, and bring it back to dust as nature has multiple times. And they are trying as hard as they can to manifest a destiny that is beyond this. I think they are trying to do this through basically a mass battery of using pretty much all of us as a battery, and I guess just trauma and energy in general, to basically try to manifest this reality upon us and for their benefit. But I said the first part as luckily everything in reality has to work on some form of cohesion, and this cohesion is very compounded. Compounded meaning it relies on each other ultimately, and it multiplies. And in this multiplying, it gets to a point where it gets very hard to not. Well, I mean, you would be, I guess, in the metaphor, it would be, I guess, boiling water. Eventually, it would be very hard, even if you were already resistant to water, not to succumb to change. eventually harmony will persist, I guess is what I'm saying in this metaphor.
That's
And
actually quite beautiful.
totally believe that. I totally believe that, and I totally
That's hope.
believe we all have an inner light within us, and you have to fight against it. And I'm telling you, I have daily battles of, we call it the monkey mind, but
Oh, I hate that word.
not. I know I hate it too. I don't like it either.
It makes
but
me like makes me
going back
twitch.
and remembering,
Me too.
it does me too, to be honest with you. I don't.
It doesn't sit right with me for some
You
reason.
can't help but think about some of these things, and I'll see something like even seeing that show Monsters Inc. I can't watch it. I can't watch that. I can't because it's too much of a metaphor. We're actually.
But you know what's crazy is like I'm listening. This is wild. So like I'm listening to like Zach explain, and then I'm listening to like, and he's very deliberate in his choice of words, and he's very. It's almost like tech. And when you, Nightbird, speak, it's very like me. We speak on emotion and like, no, like enough. This is not okay, and like it just shows the difference between gender and whether that be societally driven or truly innate behavior, like born with that natural. What is it? Brim, what are you making? Are you making beads over there, Brim?
I think because now it's time to talk. It's time to talk these things out and speak.
Yes. And it's wonderful to hear you talk about like how you've been personally impacted by exactly what Zach is explaining. And you go, bam, Murky.
Hi, Merkaba.
And it's cool because I'm open to, obviously I'm on, like, I understand very deeply what you've been through, but it's cool to see from Zach's perspective too that how much deliberation, or it's deliberate, I shouldn't say deliberation, it's deliberate in that, you know, if you have this guy that's the leader, and it makes me wonder sometimes with our current administration, like, is he mocking it? And I've questioned this, and I don't want to come off like I'm absolutely not a trumpet person, but is it a deliberate joke in a way to show how? Because I can't.
I'm gonna say I can't stand him.
Same. But is he either so stupid that he's ringing in like, I'm going to use your tax money for X, Y, and Z, or is it a joke to help you see what's actually happening? And that's very difficult for me to say because I don't want to credit him with the intellect of being able to even
he's exposing that, but he's also part of it, so it's hard.
And all I think of is when he said to the one reporter, "Okay, Piggy." Then I'm like, no, he's a pawn. He's a pawn to something. And I'm like, or is he deliberately trying to destroy that Republic duality or Republican Party even? Because he is absolutely ruining that party for them.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm going to say it.
Right.
I actually agree with you, Zach. I think, now, would you consider that being on like, and again, this.
No, not him. No, I do not believe it. But the other one, yes, he was.
I say that joke.
But I think and Russia's got something written.
Who are we actually talking about? Zach, your energy and Merck's energy are literally polar opposites, so I'm going to give you a warning. Like,
I would just say rather, if anything, he enjoys industrial war and the profits from it.
Look, he is
like self-gain, Zach? Like personal
He likes to see
self-family gains at the expense of like humanity?
Who are we talking about, guys?
Be a billionaire.
We're talking about the
likes
current
suffering.
administration, but I really want to hear Zach's like opinion on this because the current administration, Merck's.
Oh, right.
Like, what the hell is his intention? He is polar opposite of women, number one, and diversity. but he's getting away with it. I'm like so confused, and I'm not, and I'm pretty good at putting pieces together and making it click, and he's got me on this one, and I can't figure it out, and it drives me fucking nuts.
What specifically him being against women? I mean, that's just patriarchy. That's just his programming. His dad was a sociopath.
Oh, yeah.
That's just how he was raised. That is his deep
My
childhood
grandfather.
trauma. But further than that, there could be some political agenda to it, of course. That being just, well, more patriarchy.
Well, you
I
know
would say it's
that
because
they're related.
I would say, at least in my opinion, it seems that women are highly more intuitional. I mean, you've already spoken on the ability to speak towards emotions already, and I think in a world like this today, we truly do need that, because all they do is just numb us ultimately. And when we do speak our emotions and bring awareness and ground ourselves in emotion, it breaks a lot of the BS that they do put on us, which could be a part of why they oppress women, I guess.
But you know what though? You're a man, and you're nothing like that. Anything that we see in the news or in our leadership, you're very different from that. And I am more apt to give you my ear and my heart, just like Brim. You're not like, if women were to compartmentalize like men do, and that's been proven by science, like that's why there's chaos versus structure and that whole duality there. But you're nothing like that, and neither is Brim, and neither is a lot of men that like that gives me hope, because we can't hit equilibrium or singularity in unity and as a species or a culture without that, without people like you. And you're so easy to talk to for me. And sometimes when an aggressive person, like, it's why I left corporate America, because I can't work with that generation until they retire, and then I can go back. And then if their fundamental values are truly not for profit and to help humanity, I'll go for it. But when is that going to happen? You think? Or you have no idea, and that's okay if you don't. That was a loaded question. But I want you to know I deeply respect you and folks like Brim and the very small percentage.
There's more men out there that are that way, Lavender. It's just we find them. There are good. It's hard to see that sometimes, especially when you've been hurt, like me. I understand that. But there still are good people out there that will stand by our sides and fight against all of this. And that's something that we're going to push forward with, and that's how we're going to change things and be the light and be reasonable. I mean, listen to his voice. I mean, he has reason in his voice.
Oh my gosh. It makes me so comfortable. And I think it makes most women comfortable, but we've gotten so used to, that coffee beans guy, you know exactly who I'm talking about. And it's like, we try to make things better, but if it's ruled by a loud speaking voice of this certain generation where you're shut out if you think differently, that is such a heartbreaking experience when you just want to help the masses. And I think that Zach and people like Brim truly give me the hope, because they listen to us, Nightbird, and we have generational trauma of our grandparents and great-great-grandmothers and great-great-great-grandmothers all the way back that comes through why you and I sometimes even butt heads, because we're just trying to survive in a patriarchal world. And to have a gentle, deliberate, intellectual, passionate, or it's so new, and it makes me think back to that thing we were talking about, like the evolution of humanity, and this is why I'm bringing it up, because of hope. But it's coming from a place of like, they don't know those mean men that we know and how hard it is to survive in there, and they're like our hope and chance to evolve us as women and men, good men, that a leader does not have to be one that's creating a UFC cage and painting everything in gold. It actually, if they truly understand a woman or just a population, it's working together, and that there aren't really roles assigned. It's just being who you are comfortably and being respected for that. I don't know, I'm rambling a little.
The younger generation they're changing, and they're out there and they're not happy with what's going on. And Anthony said something about that the other day. It's the younger generation.
I got my question. Is people like Zach and Brim like second wave, where it's like we're the first wave, and like, well, this doesn't feel right, and we're bold enough to say that, and like Zach's generation is like, yeah, I validate that. Like, I totally validate that. Our leaders don't have to be this like male thing. Is that the transition that people in power now are afraid of, you think?
Well, and not only that, they got their eyes open, and they're not happy with the jobs. They're not happy with, there's so many of them that are even really depressed right now because they want to make a change. And I've talked to a few of them, like the drivers that have drove me, to my appointments and everything. And there really is a help. And that's why community is a big thing. And that's why I keep talking about it now. And right here in this community, I'm seeing some different changes as we talk about this. And this kid, he was 23 years old, and guess what? He had custody of both of his kids. And I was like, wow, you don't always see that when it comes to a male. And boy, he really cares about what's happening and what's going on, and wants a better thing for his children, and sounds a lot like how Zach sounds when he's speaking. And I think that right there gives us hope. All hope is not lost for us and for humanity. Because there's so many things that can be done. They make us think that we don't. They try to program us. No, you can't do this. You can't do that. When actually, yes, you really can. You really can. We put the cages around us. Yeah, I've heard that from Honey and them. Okay. But the thing is, okay, they tell you, oh, well, you got to pay this bill, da-da-da-da-da. But you know what? No, you don't. You know what? Even though the situation, they say, oh, you're going to be homeless. No, you don't. No. They do it as scare tactics to make everybody miserable. So they're afraid to change their job or what have you, or to do something that you truly love. Don't place the limits on yourself. That's the thing. I know, I'm hopeful.
That's like beautifully said, and that came from your heart, and I could feel it. And it's funny because, like, when is the billionaire, trillionaire, billionaire, millionaire going to realize that it's not a game of you and 6 others? It's the power, the true power, the elegance of the power is that you have the option to give back to many. Like, when did that become not as attractive? And what became attractive was the game within the 6 or the 10 or the 20. And it's who can gain the most. And, I think it's more attractive personally that if someone could be like, oh man, I played the game, the money game, and I gave back. Like, I used to work for, years ago in Oregon, I worked for Duracell batteries when Procter & Gamble sold Duracell batteries to Berkshire Hathaway, which was owned by Warren Buffett. And Warren Buffett was really big on, giving all of his earnings and his life experience back to the public. And now it's funny because that's changed. And now it's become this like egotistical war between these men. And they don't, even if they are sociopathic, and even if they don't have the degree of empathy, couldn't they turn it in their brain to be like, well, I'll be the first to give back to the world. Like, it's the only way I can like psychologically like try to turn a millionaire. Like, you realize, Mr. EM, that 1T, how many people are in the world population? How many people are in the United States? What is it, 333 or 470 or something like that, individuals, and that you have $1 million that you could give to every person or household. That amount of money, like our economy, who's caring about economy? Like,
I was just thinking of that too. Stuff out of my mind.
Well,
Right?
because their sons are taking, they're taking control over these companies, like the next generation, and they're not having, because like Procter and Gamble, didn't the son take over? I'm not sure. Then you get the families in there, and they're doing this stuff. But yeah, I
Or
absolutely agree.
it's publicly owned, but 51% is owned by the family. So at the end of the day, it's still owned by that group. Well, I think
Right.
Zach, you came off mute, and whenever you do, I'm like, antennas up. What were you gonna say?
Gonna add on that it, further than even money, it'd be such a blessing. I mean, if a lot of these billionaires, they predict themselves as being, a lot of them, either Christian or of some faith at least. And in Christianity, it speaks of reaping what you sow and also bringing heaven to earth. Wouldn't it be doing so by releasing open source technology for all the companies that you have, and allowing everybody to use all the technology that you have open source to make heaven on earth? Yes, of course, there's stipulations of people using that technology for not good things, but I mean, there's vast troves of archives of things that we don't use because somebody wants to put a patent on it and sell it for when it would become the best use later. They would, I don't know, the hubris of man is conflicting, and I hope
It's tough. It is tough because we have to have some sort of currency. We have to, because not here's, and I'm being devil's advocate, because let me think. So like, if you have one really rich person distribute all of their money to the whole population and we're all of equal value, you're still going to have that one fucking asshole that's likely, of no offense, of the male genetic defect, let's call it, that's going to want to gather it all up somehow, some way. And whether they do it in a corrupt way or an honest way, it's still going to repeat and repeat and repeat. And that's what's I struggle with, because like I try to like think like, all right, if I were the creator, I'm not, and I'm just put that out there and be clear about that. But if I were to look at the eyes of someone that's creating something, how would I build it? And then how did it go wrong? And how can I fix it? And it's almost so deep. The first thing I would actually fix without even hesitation would be, I would stop using fossil fuel for energy when it comes from our creator, the sun. We need oxygen, we need sunshine. At the end of the day, we need water. Those are the three basic needs to live as a species. And if we can get electricity to have things lit up or to have technology move with water or the sun, that should be free energy for all. We shouldn't be paying for it. But I might get X'd for that because, you never know who's stalking your accounts. However, like that's where I would start. And how do we mitigate that and get rid of, if the person who's all about, oh, I own all these oil wells and that's what fuels the cars, and anybody that's going to talk about free energy, we're going to get rid of them, which, yeah, come on now. What you're doing is you're making people go off on their own in their little like minuscule ways in doing it at their home, where I can shut all of my electricity off in my house and rely on my solar powered lights indoors just to mitigate my electric bill. And then the average doesn't add up, so they charge me more the next month. Like the corruption is so deep and it's so based on an egotistical, maybe it's women, maybe it's all women. How funny does that feel and sound when I say that? Maybe it's all women running these companies that are so hungry to make sure you don't get your energy. They don't even think that way. Isn't that
How many
funny?
women?
That was
Come
a
on,
really, I just had a, Nightbird, you will get me on this. How weird was that feeling right there? Like to put ourselves in a
It
man's
was.
mind and think about profit. Like I couldn't even do it.
No.
I couldn't even do it without a joking smile on my face, But it's like, okay, let's put that aside because we got these egomaniacs that just like, when's it going to break and how are we going to fix it and how can we each contribute to it? I'm doing things at home where I know that like our power went out 2 days ago. That's why I didn't join the live on Friday. And I'm like, okay, it's because it was really hot. We had a hot wave come here in the Northeast, and I immediately called my sick neighbors, my elderly neighbors, and said, hey, I have these lights that you put them out in the light, and after 3 hours, it will light your house literally for 5 hours, 8 hours straight. And you can hang them. They're these big spotlight things that literally are based off energy of the sun.
Yep.
And it started off because I was afraid. I had a paranoia moment. And I was like, well, let me just have this. And but for the first time, I was like, oh, I might be able to actually use these. And my bill, I have a water bill. So I'm like, all right, well, how do I create a cistern at home? Like, would I create a hole in the wall, or in the ground, and water comes actually from below? These are all renewable. And it just it breaks my heart not to be on the side of conquest, but making a empathy ray gun has crossed my mind multiple times to solve these things. What's an empathy ray gun?
It would kind of be something like what wide body area networks are. What it is basically analyzing your bioelectric fields, making a simulation of it, and then using that simulation to then figure out what to then stimulate your field with, to then influence it and control it.
Because if they can do that, Napert, if they can do that already now negatively, why can't we do that to these? That's actually the most brilliant thing I've ever heard. If up above, if below, if in, if out. So I mean, if they're doing this, can't we do it back? I mean, Zach, that's kind of brilliant.
There's a weird philosophical side to that I have a quarrel with, and that is, I do see the reverence in free will, and I do think that the contrast of all these different perspectives of reality ultimately does shine a constant rainbow that does crystallize further and further. And I think that is due to how many unique perspectives there are. And to control someone's perspective by actively influencing it, to be more aware. I mean, maybe that wouldn't necessarily be, I guess, directly controlling them because they're only more aware as they already are, but yeah, I don't know.
That's where you cross the line when you control somebody's perspective, because then you're taking away the free will.
That is so brilliant. Nightbird, have you ever thought of it from that angle? Like,
It's interesting.
well, I mean, if there's a dark side,
yeah.
And it makes me think
Yes,
like some of
that's
some
what's wrong.
yeah.
That's what's wrong. Is they're trying to take away people's free will.
Well, and that's something you can never take away because at the end of the
Exactly. When you're
day, other than well, hold on, let me rephrase that because that your free will is as long as you don't commit crimes of like serious crimes of death or those things, and you're just going about your own life, you do have free will to do whatever you want, and as long as you're not hurting another human, which is the natural laws of the universe, basic fundamental, let's not be barbarians and eat each other for dinner type of thing. But like that's like I've never thought of it like that. Like if you're creating technology to do that, why can't technology be created to do that back? Like or deflect it. Let's be
No, people with ice cream on their face wouldn't be good enough
I'm
to
kind
eat.
of like, I don't know about free will anymore.
you're psychic because I
When
just
I get free
I have
will-
stories.
They have used
Zach.
it for some good methods. They use it to help people who need a pacemaker. It actively makes the pacemaker better. It can
Right.
actively help things like cancer and stuff like that. However, there hasn't been much research, so there isn't much proof will prove that to you guys.
I have three big questions for you, Zach. One is have you ever thought about starting a good company?
Oh yes.
Okay.
I am in the process of saving up to get a down payment on an SBA loan to buy a company that would then hopefully it's a company that is starting off as good, but I might have to buy a completely for-profit company to start myself up to be able to buy something that makes good enough change.
Brilliant.
But
You've done your research. Okay.
yes.
PM me.
No, this is cool.
Number one, absolutely PM me because it's also important to know and to spread the knowledge that with all the shit that we're being exposed to, positive is less boastful, and so they don't feel the need to advertise and be like, oh, I'm so fucking great. No, that's the best part about good is it rides under the radar. It's like it's not evil where it's like loud and me, so everyone thinks like, oh no, and they live in fear and everybody's unhappy. It's because good is not boastful or they don't market that way because that's just the intent of that doesn't come that way.
Ask for a 5-star Google review.
Exactly. They just are, and that is your gold star right there. And then my other two questions are,
With humanity.
what planet are you from? And if you're allowed to tell me. And two, these are more goofy questions because you and like people like Bram, you just blow my fucking mind. Like you just see, like I think Nightbird too, because we're so used to being on the defense, on the constant stress angle of the sharp edge, like ready to defend and it's so not innate and not comfortable. And you're so easy to talk to, and to me, that's power. To most women, that's power. And unfortunately, our society that we're breaking away from slowly now is a louder power that's not really power. It's just talk and noise. So what planet are you from? And if not planet, what species are you? Because I love you and adore you and respect you and encourage you.
He's male.
That's due to a deep time of dissociation. Ultimately, it was not the best time of my life. But I guess the process of getting out of that forced me to be so introspective that I broke down so many of the barriers of the programming of our reality that I may be an alien, at least metaphorically. At least I tried to be. I tried to live as dynamically as I can. I am, of course, human. However, though, there are interesting reports from whistleblowers saying that there are hybrid cloning species facilities with like ET biological entities insinuating other alien races. Not going to go too much in that, but thank you so much for that compliment. I do agree.
I know it makes you, I can tell from your, wait, hold on. I can tell from your voice, it makes you uncomfortable because you're so not egotistical and you have broken down. I have been there. I do have a genetic thing of what you call it, extroversion, but I am deeply introverted. And so I respect and acknowledge that beauty in you. I get it. But that's not a good segue. But I want you to know, I think you're wicked special. And I think you listen to Nightbird and me and everyone, and you are a visionary in a sense, like we all are. And I think heads combined, conversations like this, and who pops in, pops out, that moves the needle, believe it or not. And your ego break, you're not alone, ever. Because if there's anyone that I feel very, very deeply connected to from the moment I met you on what's his name's live, just know you're not alone, and I'm always here for you, and we can defeat this place that we are the underdogs in. And you're brilliant, and whether you feel the need to be because of society or you just are because you're general things that make you're interested in, your general inquiries, I guess. You're a beautiful, beautiful, unique mind. And you give me hope. Nightbird gives me hope. Brim gives me hope on all these different angles. And you're kind of the bridge to something I think that I didn't realize existed. And that's a very cool thing. And I'm not blowing up your ego. And I know you're probably quivering in discomfort. And I'm going to stop now because of that. But it's okay if you're in a square box of a room and thinking things. And I've been there, and I still dip in there sometimes. And you are probably the most powerful of humans to be able to realize that it's almost too much, that you have to dip back into your box, your four square room, because I do myself. But I think that if we lean on each other and just know someone cares, we can actually pop out of that and make some serious changes. And I think that that's what's going to make a difference in our future. And as far as I love Roger, and that's how it just dawned on me. That's how I met you, and I was like, oh my god, this guy is brilliant, brilliant. He asks the right questions. He challenges the right way. He will everything a human should innately be. You are, and this is the utmost compliment that I think I've ever given to any human before. But that's a male.
Did you guys meet on Roger Ray's?
Yes,
Roger Ray?
we had the.
Oh,
Roger. No. Roger came in and Zach came in. I think to Yaya's, and then we went to Roger's. But
okay.
I like your degree of open-mindedness in reality, but you're very stable in your delivery, and I think that you are out of this world. And if there are plants that are in here, you might be one of them. And that's a compliment, but also it's not to change your ego, because your ego being stable and cool and calm is your gift. And that's what you have to hold on to.
I can tell he's balanced.
He's consistent too, Nightbird. He is exactly like if a human were to innately not be interweaved or interwoven into society, but yet was, but then pulled back and made a decision like, well, some things are weird here, and I'm not going to play that game, and I'm not going to change my personality for it, and I'm not going to be like. It's inspiring for me, actually, going through my stuff, as we all are. You found a really good group of people that, like, at least in me, maybe I'm a group and maybe I'm a singular person, but I really like you, Zach, and I think you're awesome.
much. It's
Hi, honey.
amazing being with you all. Being in groups like this is only, I guess, the metaphor in my mind is like being in a hall of crystals, and the more I am able to ground in myself and let all these perspectives in and truly listen to them, and also integrate them, it would, I guess, shine layers of radiance upon my reality through this many different perspectives and refractions of light in this hall of crystals, making a ever-growing fractal of, well, ultimately compassion.
That's exactly it. You're 100%. We're all different perceptions of source, all different fractals, all the perceptions.
It's like breaking the matrix. It's like he broke it. He doesn't want to play. He doesn't want to play the game. And that room, Nightbird, we are women. Like we do think different, but there's a version of that like we play this game in society, and we mirror. But I've been guilty of it, and I'm horrible at it, and I can't play against that fake ego male thing. I cannot play in that game because you can see through it. Like I love too much, you know. I'm stupid love, like, you know. Like, and there's a women version of that, and you're close to it. You're right, like you're right, you know, because you've gone through a lot of shit and pain, and you're working through a lot of that. But if you were to take your current self and rebirth it in the time, let's say Zach was born, you'd be parallels in your intellect and how you think of things.
I don't know when Zach was born. When were you born? I was born in 75. I'll say that.
Oh yeah, we were born in the 1900s, so that's exactly why we are.
Wait, that's
right when you say it.
Whoa. The 1900s. Holy crap. I'm
So
Annie
we're Nightbird, you and I are the we question things, and we do our research. And the Zachs, actually, no, the 90s generations are the actioners, so they need to start stepping up, and they will once they get out of their parents' home. But then you got like the alphas, what they call it, the fucking alphas, which is the worst name for it. But you've got like the 2005ers. Boom, right in that's the magic age right there. My nephews.
Yeah.
Like my sister said to me the other day, she's like, the kids nowadays are so different. And I'm like, what do you mean? And she's like, I can't explain it. And as I'm talking to her, I pulled up to the Dunkin' Donuts drive-thru, and 3 guys who were like maybe 14, well, not 14, but 16, 17, and 18 popped their heads out, and they're all squeezing through the thing like saying, hi Tree, do you have any new bracelets, like crystal bracelets today? Like, and I'm like, dude, that would never happen when I was in high school, which is the 90s. Late 90s, let's call it late 90s, okay? And I'm like, it's just like, yeah, it's like a beautiful transition. And maybe that's what like the current administration and some of like the old school, like people that are controlling all of our resources and things, maybe they're just that old and need to retire. And
Oh, I think so.
it must
I
be.
agree 100,000%.
Like
Yeah.
they suck. Like I cannot go.
We need to have an age limit, I think.
Seriously,
I'm
like,
sorry.
I
really
totally agree. Gen Xers are the battlers, Brim. You guys are Gen Xers. I'm like millennia, I think they call us. I'm a millennial. We used to be the youngest.
I drank that hose water.
I did drink the hose water too.
I didn't die.
Me and my older sister. Me and my older sister drank the hose water. I was following her lead, and my mom was like to the 2 younger, we're all 1 year, 4 of us are 1 year apart. And to the 2 younger, she's like, don't you drink that hose water. That's poison. You know, I'm like, Ma, I'm stuck right in the middle. You made me drink it. Like,
My dad did say that. You're going to cry, I'm going to give you something to cry about. Oh my gosh. That was real. That was a very real thing. Yeah.
I got paddled when I was in school.
There was
Oh
like
my
no,
God.
they,
I was,
especially like
oh,
Christian schools. My mom was telling me how like if you did something
Baptist.
wrong or you misbehaved, they'd take a ruler and smack your wrists or your knuckles.
My
Like a
teacher
tree branch.
put my head
What'd
into
you
the
say?
chalkboard, okay?
That's a
Hit my
lawsuit.
head in the chalkboard.
The principal had a paddle.
Oh my God.
My
Ew.
principal had a paddle. He had a paddle and it had holes in it, and I got whacked when I was in first and second
My
grade with
dad,
it.
like, that sucks because that's school, that's education. Like, you're allowed to be a creative thinker.
Beat us up.
It sucks.
Beat us up.
Actually, at
Mrs.
least in
Kramer,
America,
What were you
the
gonna
public,
say?
at least in America, public education, being it was funded by the Rockefellers, they explicitly didn't want creativity, and the curriculum has been upheld in a certain way ever since then, further than critical thinking, of course.
And what does that do for evolution and technology?
That doesn't do anything. It does
Nada.
nothing to control.
Maxwell, with the textbooks.
Just start looking at the date. Like, Brim, you hear me on this, and I respect that. But like, guys, start looking at. I don't want to sound crazy, so I don't talk about this unless it's 5:23 in the morning, and I don't have to work today, which is wonderful. But if you start looking at numbers, I have given up on why this would serve a purpose for me, but I believe there's technology. You brought up the missing scientists. I think that they have figured out how to not physically but consciously jump and change into different. I don't know, and I do think it has a lot.
Yes.
And when I start looking at the dates of presidents, like if you look at Andrew Jackson, which Trump is obsessed with, he puts them all over his wall. Let's go Fringe right now because we're 5:24 in the morning. Let's go Fringe. Let's be crazy. So I am a numbers. I'm a numbers freak, and Brim, you know this, and I look at it down to like the golden ratio of things and how and why, and then eventually I realized I'm like, well, how does this serve me? What am I gonna do with this? I gotta let it go and survive and pay the bills every time. But if you look at all of the president's birthday, but you have to understand Gregorian and Julian calendars because that brilliant move right there, that brilliant little move right there will throw off your calculations and make everything not make sense. And if you created a spreadsheet, and I don't know if you're good with macros, but let's put that aside because I know that's really old school. But if you look at all the president's date of births, and then you align it's so free. And here's my logical brain is going to tell you it's a cult belief that if you're born on this day with this moon sign and this and that. And that's why I think 80% of our presidents were adopted because they believed if you found the child that was born on that day, then that's a reincarnation of something. There's some funky cult thing happening there. And they're really big on dates and numbers and the way the stars align. And that's why most presidents, whether it's true, like Merlin kind of, or it's just like a culty thing where they truly believe that person is that person reincarnated in this loop. Once I started aligning and looking at the Pope's birthdays, that was the freakiest. And then I started looking at all of the English elites and the president or the like kings and queens all the way back and putting patterns. And now you can use AI to help save you literally a year's worth of work to put that together. But they put these constraints on the AI to where it blocks you as like, what are you talking about? I don't find any pattern. And it's like, what the hell are they? Either this is true or like energy is neither created nor destroyed. and it just like recycles, but they found a way to recycle it in a certain way. And what triggered the whole thing was the TikTok video of Queen Elizabeth's funeral, and there was the open mic of a reporter on accident, and it said, it's literally, she said, something like, I'm gonna mess this up, and so I'm gonna paraphrase, but it's she didn't, they're not going to be able to bring her back. They're not going to be able to bring her back. She's going to be lost out in the abyss. She didn't come back on the date. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? I'm messing it up, but go into like the search bar after this and just look up like the secret conversation at her funeral. She chose to die on this date rather than the date she was supposed to. And I created this grid. This is fringy, and the only reason I'm telling you is because Zach's on, because I know he's going to run with this and not just like hear and think I'm crazy. But if you take their birthday, their death day on a Gregorian, or on our current calendar, which would be Gregorian, which is 30 days a month, as opposed to Julian, which can break that up a little bit and make it a little bit wacky. You can actually make a box, a black box, based around the numbers of their year, date of birth, and their birth month, and they die on a certain day, and then like 2 generations later it's completely matching, and it's the weirdest thing. And I could probably make a really fun like Leonardo da Vinci book on this. But it's so freaking good. It's so math and numbers do not lie. And let me
Makes
I'm gonna
black 3D cube.
no,
It's the
not a,
cube.
well, no, first from a 2D perspective, you got to put their birthday above and the death day below, and then the next ancestor, birthday above and death day below. That's when my brain made the numerology connections, where I was like, oh my God, that's that. Why do the last 4 numbers, why is there always 1,000 years added on? If I took that 1,000 out and the numbers all of a sudden goes to, all right, let me give you one example, without taking over Brim's life completely, because I love him and he loves me and he's being cool. If you look at Nikola Tesla's date of birth, okay, he was born, I'm a little rusty too because I've given up on this, but if you look at his birthday, he was born July 10th. July 10th, 1856. Okay. And then you take his death day, if I remember. I'm not looking at any technology or computer right now. I'm going off memory. If you look at his death day, he died on 1/7. So he was born on 7/10. Okay, 7/1. And he died on 1/7. What did he believe there? Okay, so right there alone, those 2 numbers added together equals 8. Now look at the years. Just look at the years. 1856, 1943. Let's just knock off the 1s, knock off the 8 and the 9 for 1 second. Why is it equivalating to 3, 4, 5, 6? Okay, so yes, 18, 19. So now it goes 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And why did the 2 front numbers equal 8? And you can play with his birthday 1,000 million ways, and it is the most perfect day to be born and the perfect day to die. And then this blew my mind, and I walked away from it at this point. If you take Epstein, so you know that when he died, Donald Trump's uncle, who was a physicist, whatever, got his briefcases, took them, and then there was this big court case, and they had to return the cases, and they only returned, 18 of the 20. If you then take Donald Trump's date of birth and line it up to, which is 1946, you got to write these out because you're not going to see it unless I showed my camera and showed this to you. If you look at Donald Trump and Elon Musk's birthday and also Jeffrey Epstein, This is the crazy. I don't even know how to explain this without sounding like a fucking wacko. If you are, let's just do Trump and Epstein. Epstein was born on January. I used to be so like sharp with these numbers, but if you look at the years and you cross Nikola Tesla's death date, last two numbers of the year, and his birthday, last two numbers of the year, so 4, 3, and 5 and 6, and you cross them, you will actually get perfectly. You will get Elon Musk's date of birth. He was born 6/28/1971, and if you take
January 20,
the birth and the death date of Epstein, there is a freaky perfect pattern right there. And I'm just that's all I'm gonna say. I can't figure out the technology of what they did or how they did or what they know or what they think they believe, and maybe how they euthanize themselves to go to death that these days because they think that maybe they reincarnate. If maybe it's a culty thing, I don't know. But the numbers are perfect fucking math, and it's like 1971 is Elon Musk. Well, when was Tesla born? He was born 7/10. There's the 7 and the 1, and he died on 1/7/17. And 1971 is Elon Musk, 7/1. And then if you take his birthday, and the math it does not lie. And I gave it up because I don't know. Once I figure it out, I wouldn't know the mechanism of how it was done, or it was taking up too much of my time. And so I had to just surrender it and just know that I know something, but I don't know what.
And I'm sorry, I do struggle with I don't, deep down, I don't feel like he's dead. Deep down, I don't.
Who, Tesla? Nikola? Tesla?
No, Tesla's dead, but no Epstein. Deep down, I feel like he's still
I don't
alive.
think so either. But if you look at his birthday and his death day, they're like perfect math. And so whether that's deliberate, Zach, you got to download.
2019, the same year my mom passed away.
Regards to specifically it coming out to a black cube, and I guess, well, not a cube, you said it would be a square, but even so, I guess that would be just the imprint, the cosmological imprint of time and space upon a vessel. The 3D aspect would be the growing up of the vessel and the past inference on that vessel, other than just the cosmological imprint. But it could be said that in some quantum field way that we don't necessarily have the tools to read, there is some imprint put upon the body, or the environment of the body somehow in some weird way, that would basically make the person very similar to a past person because of quantum entanglement.
Okay, bam. Can I cut you off for a second?
Yeah.
If you take a clock and you make it from 1 to 12, and then you take those same dates, but you have to take off the 1 off the 1,000. So if they were born in 18, whatever, you have to make some adjustments with that 1. If they died in 19, whatever, you have to make adjustments with that 1. And if you draw a clock and you match up the numbers and you draw a line, it makes a 3-dimensional cube. Just gonna throw that out there because I did not think you were gonna go there, but you did. And it's literally like and then I drew the clock different ways and like, well, maybe it's not 12 hours, maybe it's this. And I did so many different like designs to like line up the numbers to how they connect, and it's a perfect fucking cube every time. A 3-dimensional cube. And like you can cross those 3, and then it brought me back to, well, okay, if that were the case, then there really is only 13 individuals in this world, and we are all related to one of 13. based off our numbers. Like it was the weirdest. And then I'm like, I think I need to stop because I'm gonna go a little schizo here.
Yeah, it blows your mind.
Math doesn't lie.
And it's not something
Math
that
is
everybody
numbers
can
are
understand.
fact.
And yeah, a lot of it's quantum entanglement, quantum immortality.
And it started to make even more sense when I made a 13-hour clock. And that made the numbers perfect. And then if you can like blur your eyes, and you know what I mean? How you can like blur your eyes and like make it like, all right, well, I'm gonna pull this dot out towards me and that one behind it and look at it from a 3D because I'm only drawing it in 2D. All of a sudden, like Nightbird, I've told you guys this like months ago, but like it went way over everyone's head. And I'm like, I might need to give this up.
And then you want to talk about time travel and ways that they do that.
And then the missing scientists, I think they figured it out. And you know how the administration's administration's right hand is always bruised. I think it's because it's an IV to put you in a sedative place so that you can go to a mental quantum. See, you're fun. You guys are fun because y'all don't judge me on my crazy fringe thing.
The skull technology and these couple of scientists, including the one that just passed away, Mr. Wilcox.
Look at the dates.
They did. Look at the dates.
Just take Epstein's date of birth and always think of, when you look at his birthday and death date, think of 369 though. In anything you do, like if you're like this, I don't see the pattern. Think of 3, 6, and 9, and all of a sudden the numbers start adding up like fucking perfect.
Everything he did had that, and everything he did dealt with Chronos as well. By the way, and then all of a sudden, Yaya's over here talking about Chronos, and I'm sitting here going, I'm not
Dude,
going
we were
into
talking about this 3 years ago. That's why I appreciate that, Nightbird. You know what though, Nightbird? That's why I praise you for your patience. I praise you for your patience because you had to sit back and wait for everyone to catch up, and then the real mathematicians come in and be like, "Oh fuck!" And then the ones that are hiding it and knew this the whole time, "Oh fuck!" Like We're just peasants, guys. We're just peasants that they underestimate how smart we are. That's what I think.
And I observed
and just
Interesting thinking of how they would get all this data.
Oh, yeah, here I'm going off on it.
What were you guys
To predict such a thing, I guess why I bring that up would be because ultimately in our mind there is plasmoids in the microtubules of it. Plasmoids in the speak of these whistleblowers seem to be a lot of what the UAPs ultimately are. And being we have some of these in our mind, they reference that these plasmoids have the ability to do interdimensional travel, or rather they mention the UAPs having the ability to, they don't say plasmoids. But it would seem to be that, and basically if these people, like ancient times ago, if they were able to use these methods of great astrology and data collection to control the masses, they might have just been doing it through deep meditation and being able to access these plasmoids in their mind and using it as a quote-unquote spaceship to travel to places where they could get such knowledge, I guess represented as the Akashic records.
You're a 33, aren't you? Not Mason, but are your numbers 33 or 6? Like if you add up your birthday.
My birthday would be 8/3/2005. The 11.
Oh, you're a 9. Wait, hang on. Let me think about it again. By the way, don't say that on here. But I got you. I got the number. So 8 plus 3, 8, 9, 10, 11 plus 19 plus 11 is, what's 19 plus 11? Hold on, I can't do math right now.
30.
Shit, I gotta write it down.
And then what's your hold on, I have to write it. I have to do it. Hold on a second.
30, so that's a 3. everything you're talking about, you're hitting. And these are things that they were studying, and there's a lot about plasma that people do not know or understand.
He's a 36.
Also, seriously?
He's a 36. So me and Nightbird are 33s. And I think that's why we butt heads on even sometimes. But I think that we are
I
just,
don't see that we butt heads that much.
we don't butt heads a lot. But when we are triggered by like a guy, like that one guy, if you notice the pattern, the first time we ever got in a fight was because that guy came on and triggered both of us. And then the second time, months later, the only other, like not even a fight, but just like we were like on edge with each other because we were so uncomfortable, I think, because his energy got into us like a little bit. And we both like kind of not, it was very interesting.
I was like, I'm not responding because it's not true, and I'm being quiet.
Because no, you're quite brilliant. But Zach, you're a 36, which actually is a 3 + 6, so 6, 7, 8, 9. So if you look up life path number 9, it's a really, really good one. So dogs, you take your birth month. So don't put it on here. And I actually encourage people to not put their birthday on social media ever. And whenever you see like an ad come up saying like, oh, what month were you born? Or what? Hey, if you go in the search bar and put in your birthday with your birthday, don't do that because it's going to assign that information to your phone and to your Wi-Fi. So don't do that so they can demographically. Okay, so dogs,
Also,
you
don't do the blood test thing either. I'm just saying. I never let them do that.
I just saw your birthday. It popped up on my top, but then it went away. So I'm gonna have to figure it out. But a 36 is 6, 7 + 8 + my. If you look up life path number 9, it 1 is not better than 9. 9 is not better than 1. But if you're ever an 11, a 22, or a 33, so the 11 you don't add the 2 to get to 2, and the 22 you don't add the 2 to get to a 4, and the 33 you don't add the 2 to get to a 6. Those are master numbers: 11, 22, and 33. It doesn't make them more important than the other. It's just your experience. And nines are I always say, I don't want to ever make one number feel more special than the other, but nines, any 9 I've ever met are the divines, in my humble opinion. And I think that they're actually more powerful than a 11, a 22, and a 33. 9s are just freaking awesome. And I just saw dogs. So take November. So take 11 plus, let's say, did you say 19? That was my ex's. Not my exes. Anyway, so you add them together and then you do the single digits of the year. So it would be like, you can either do like 1, 1, 1, 9, if that's what it was, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then 1980, I think I saw, so it was 9, 10 plus 8. 18 is 9, 9 plus 9, 10, 11, 12. You're a 3. Or you're a 5. See, I can't do math.
I was just gonna say,
I can't do math. I genuinely can't. So you got 14. 1 plus 4 is 5. You're a 5. Look up life path number 5. It's 5 is an awesome one as well. Every single one is like, it's a totally different. One is not better than the other. It's just your special. They say in if you start adding up quantum, theology and how numerology plays in like so many different things, like ancient Egypt and on the hieroglyphs and all of those things, like you can find other leaders that are also a 5. But you have to do it the right way though. You have to add like the month plus the day plus the 20 or the 19. You can't do 1 plus 9 plus 2, so you get the accurate read of a 22 or 33. I know I just confused a shit ton of people. Would anyone like an angel card before I go to bed?
yeah.
Yeah. It's this fun deck. It's just a fun deck that I got, and I like the fact that they're like slippery.
Same depth.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Bless you. You want one? You said?
Yeah.
Guys, isn't it wonderful? It's Sunday and none of us have to work. Like, that's so cool. I'm gonna have to end up sleeping all day because of this, though. I think Brim is already passed out, and the only thing keeping it like running is his fan right now. It's making it live. I can't even look at it. It makes me a little dizzy.
Yeah, I'm not looking at the screen either.
Zach, did you come up with a 9 as well?
What?
Did you come up with a 9 as well in your math?
No, I did not. I just looked at what the life path 9 would be.
Oh, I just meant.
Funny, my friend Tia and I, we were both 6s, and you hardly find them together in one place.
But we're
We are karma.
33s, Nightbird. We're kind of 33s. It depends on how you add it. Like, I thought the same thing too. I'm like, I'm a 6, and like my friend was like, no, you're a 33, and I'm like, no, I'm a 6. And they're like, so you can add it this way or you can add it that way. And they're like, well, I'm like, well, which way's the right way to add it? And everyone says the same thing. But if you're an 11, 22, or 33, before you bring those down, you're apparently. I'm not getting nothing coming out of these tonight. Come on, guys. And by the way, I have not done this in many, many years. So the only reason I'm doing it is just for fun and entertainment.
Are those the same cards?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I got you. You just came out hardcore right there when you were talking. And 1, 2, 3. All right, you ready, girlfriend? You're first. If you're open to receiving it, I have no candles lit, so I'm going to go to the north, south, to east, to west, and you are divinely protected, and the message only goes to my friend Nightbird, aka Sherry. You know what? Because I didn't do that before, can I put these back? I don't feel comfortable with that. I didn't get your permission. There we go. Okay, so you got your 3 cards are, the first one is you got 2 of fire. It's like these 2 angelic men on here, and it says, you've come into your own. New partnerships or contracts continue to move forward.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
That's wicked interesting. I think you got that same card the other night. And you definitely got this one the other night. Wow, what the hell? So this is the 12th card.
Wait, put your screen on. Paul, wake up.
Should I do it? Should I go on? I don't. It's like 6 in the morning. I'm not going to do it.
You don't have to go on screen, no. It's okay.
But you got awakening. So you got 2 of fire. I will send you a snapshot. How about that? Because it says it right on the card. Like they're really beautiful. Awakening.
I still want to talk about who that was. Okay.
You got. Oh my God! You got 2. Okay. So hold on. You got 12, which is a number card, and it's awakening Archangel Gabriel. And this could be random. Again, this is a fun entertainment for purposes only. It says, look at things from a different perspective. A temporary standstill is important to be, it's important to be yourself. Okay, so your first one is, you've come into your own. New partnerships or contracts continue to move forward. And then you also got the awakening card saying, look at things from a different perspective. A temporary standstill, it's important to though be yourself. And then this one I've never actually seen before. It's the 2 of air, and it's 2 unicorns crossing their I almost said corns, but that would be weird. Their corn on the cobs on their head crossing. And it says, it's 2 beautiful white unicorns crossing their horns, and like sparkly white like lights, and it says, being unable or unwilling to make a decision. You're at a stalemate, pretending that there is no problem. Oh my God, Nightbird. These three.
What?
Like Nightbird. They're like the same story. I don't know what the story is. I know a little bit. I know a change is happening for you, but you're kind of stuck. And the big thing I was thinking about even the other day was that you have two paths, and one is a path you've been down before. It's more entertaining, more fun, but you're going to get burned. And then the right path is a little bit less entertaining, but you will be much safer. That was the message that was from the other day. Tonight you got, you've come into your own. New partnerships or contracts continue to move. Pretty story.
My God. I want to hear this.
All right, let's all yell Brim. Ready? You and me. Ready? 1.
Oh my God.
Brim!
Bram, wake up. Hello.
That worked when you did.
How are you? Holy crap. Wake
So
up.
you got coming into your own new partnerships or contracts. Continue to move forward, but make sure you look at things from a different perspective and try not to be in that temporary standstill. It's important to be yourself. At the end of the day, being unable or unwilling to make a decision, that stalemate feeling, is that you're pretending there is no problem. But I think that deep down you know that there's something, some flag that's telling you that something on one of those decisions you're about to make is giving you the pink flag, the warning flag. Do you want to repeat history? Because you don't want somebody to take all of what you have left.
I feel like if I stay here, that's the bad road.
It might be the safe space.
But if I go, well, I don't know. I don't know, because
you know what? My absolute. I'll tell you
I'm
something.
in the desert.
My absolute favorite philosopher is Khalil Gibran, and I say his last name wrong. It's Khalil Gibran, but I like to say Khalil Gibran. Khalil Gibran, like it's more fancy. And he has this one, I'm going to paraphrase, he has this one saying in there. It's my favorite. And he says, you know the answer before you even, you know the outcome before you even made the decision.
I know to go. That's
I think you want to go, but just be weary. Like you need to own yourself. At least those 3 cards just said. Like know who you are and stick to who you are and be who you are, because you don't want to repeat history. So there's a balance between both.
It keeps telling me to be myself.
Yeah.
Well, I am myself. Like, why would I compromise being myself?
Well, unless it's a dangerous situation. Just don't put your money in someone else's hands. That's like the number one thing. You own your own money. You have to be responsible for that, or else someone will take it. And did I ever tell you what happened to my neighbor who...
I think that would be my uncle would do that.
I know. And he gives me a weird vibe. I think he means well and he seems really nice, but I think that he also has ulterior motives for you.
My aunt will hold her hand out. Especially with what I'm going into, they're going to have their hands out.
But you also have gone through so much trauma, so you're easy to convince into a safe path. So you have a lot to think about and a lot to work through. Do you want to repeat? Hold your discernment up and be in control of your money. I understand that, like, sometimes you go through shit and it's smarter to, like, have someone else have control of things. But
I
you can also...
and listen to my aunt and uncle and then end up possibly back out on the, on the curb.
Exactly.
Or do I take the offer that's coming at me?
Maybe if you want to call me and like tell me the details, I can give you like my outskirt perspective.
Well, I wanted to, and you ended up on here.
I know. Shit, man. Well, I'm gonna call you tomorrow. I'm still gonna call you tomorrow before Honey's live, and I might wake you up.
Okay.
Because I'm a morning dove and
Like you
you're
woke
a
me
night
up.
bird.
Well, we had to wake you up. You were snoring.
I didn't
Loud.
wake you up. Me and Nightbird didn't wake you up. What are you talking about? Shit. What are you talking about? Hey, Brim, you want an angel
I
card?
was listening to Angels. I was listening to Angels, and then I heard Lavender.
Oh, okay. I'm a monster. I'm a monster angel. I travel on the dark sides of angelic and on the light side, and I'm okay with that because you want to know what? You can't know the light until you've understood the dark. So I'm a dark traveler.
Exactly.
Do you want a card?
Sure.
Cards, give him a card.
Oh,
I
this
got
one.
warnings.
You got some good one. Oh, you got art. You got guys. Can I ask you like an embarrassing question? So, like, is it archangel or archangel?
Arc.
Ark, like Noah's Ark.
Yeah.
Okay. So you got Mr. Oh, this is a good one, and it actually looks like you on the card. And he's got his hands crossed, holding his elbows, and he's got big muscles. And number 10 is your number for the day, and it's called the Wheel card. Oh, this is cool.
Oh, you got my card.
Did you got this the other night?
Yeah, I had that card the other night.
Archangel Michael, a time of positive change, a situation suddenly moves forward, and fortune is at your side. Oh, Zach, you too. You want to, and if Zach is still here, Zach got the star card. Archangel Jophiel, happy times, make positive, optimistic, long-term plans. You are on the right path. And your number today is 17. Isn't that funny? Were we just not talking about Nikola Tesla, who was born on 7/10 and died on 1/7/17? There's your fun little rabbit hole for today. The star card. Happy times.
Right.
Make positive, optimistic, long-term plans. You're on the right path. That's pretty cool.
That man, they woke me up.
We woke him up. No, his snoring woke us up.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't hear it.
It was very manly. You had a very manly snore.
I've never heard it.
Oh my god, my vape, I took that last puff and then you know how when it burns? Oh my god. Frick.
I was like, what is that noise?
Snort.
It was like a no, she went like it was a noise like
That's it.
I heard a snort.
I didn't snort.
I'm putting blue slushy in here. That better taste right.
All right, I will. If you're interested, I will draw another one for you guys. Oh, you want an angel card? Cool. I need to get on the floor and light my candles for this to be like really, really, really feeling. Okay.
Damn it.
Oh, wait. Oh, you're gonna push it, aren't you?
Got to be permanent.
Well, then I gotta go. I have to go prepare. Can you hold on a moment? Give me 5 minutes. How about that? And I'll pull a card for you guys. I gotta light the candles for it to really lock in.
That tasted bad. Okay, that's good. Oh my god.
Sniper, you should be used to my snoring.
You have good snoring. It's very you have very manly snoring. It's better than like a.
Loud.
Do
He
you know
gets
that-
louder, and snarly.
My snore is probably louder than yours. Hey, my
was a
snore is
dragon
louder
snore.
than yours, Brim.
Oh, good lord.
I have a louder snore than yours, Brim. No, you have a pretty potent, loud ass snore. You were like, grrr. This is how Brim snores. Grrr. Grrr. He's battling dragons in his sleep.
It really does. It really does. I can't believe that River hasn't said anything.
Oh, she's a sweet pie. I love McRibs. I have a sweet spot.
Well,
for
I
McRib.
used to have a sleep machine, but somebody stole it.
Who?
Yeah, I know.
Rick Ribs did?
He needs a CPAP
No.
machine. I could find one. He needs one.
You know what I'm thinking about CPAP machines? Like, why do humans need CPAP machines all of a sudden? Like, what changed in our esophagus?
Because when I was sleeping,
Yeah, you can't breathe.
this is what. Yeah, it stopped me from breathing, and they say when I wake up with a headache and it causes me to have these vivid dreams. It's probably because I pass on in my sleep for a couple of seconds.
Actually a fact. Yeah. Okay, talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. I have to use the ladies' room first. I'll be right back.
Are you doing this the correct way now? I'm messing with you.
I live with the river. She's in the next room over.
Dogs, where have you been? Yeah, a lot of people know that. Okay, Lavender, that'll be better.
I was living with
I need more
Diane.
answers. I need to know when they're coming, number one. What? Oh, yeah. I lived with Diane at one time, too.
And before I lived with Diane, that's when I had my stuff stolen. I had an army bag full of stuff, and somebody stole it, and the police did absolutely nothing. There was a CPAP machine in there. There was crystals. That whole bag was probably worth about $5,000 worth of stuff that got stolen on me off the bus. Nobody did anything about it.
I would have kept that under my freaking. I know that bag was big. Shit, I kept my
It was
stuff.
huge. It was an army bag, and I couldn't bring it on a bus. And to this day, I still don't understand how they ended up getting it, because I tied a bungee cord thing around it, and I secured it under the bus, and I got off the bus, but it was gone.
I don't trust the bus drivers either, to be honest with you. They were pretty shady.
I don't know. It was freaking pissed me off.
They would toss
Plus,
things
I
around.
had all my important information was in there. My birth certificate. I had my family pictures were in there. I had autographs from famous people, from all of the wrestlers that I met. Yeah, I used to hang out with WWE wrestlers like Stone Cold, Undertaker. I still have, the only thing that I kept that didn't get stolen was my autograph from the Charmed ones when I actually met them. Which I was still trying to sell it. It's worth about $450. Because the last time it was in auction, it snowed for. It sold for like $750. Yeah, I met celebrities. I wasn't always this broke ass person. I actually had almost like $2 million, but I was foolish. Like every kid was in that day. I went up to Maine, and I went to conventions and private dinners with famous people, and yeah, I spent a lot of money on things that I probably shouldn't have done. And I was going to be in the WWE at one time because I filled out a paper for that Tough Enough. At the time, I didn't have enough money to go there. Because if I would have went there, I probably would have made it. I would have probably went down the wrestling ring, and I'd probably be in WWE.
How come I can't remember that guy's name that I worked with? The wrestler guy, I showed him to you. My brain's not working.
Yeah, those were the good memories, Doug. There was things that, people too much money that they shouldn't.
So you weren't telling me about all of that. All of the
Well, I don't tell many people that.
celebrity
Huh?
stuff. Especially when well, I know about the autographs and things that you've done. I've met so many freaking people.
Yeah. This happened many moons ago.
Liza Minnelli. I met. What's the guy's name with the tattoos? The basketball player. I can't remember his
I
name.
don't know. I met
The one that's
Xena.
crazy that was around Madonna and all of them. What's his freaking
Right
name?
on the tip of my tongue. Oh my gosh.
I got in trouble because he took his damn shirt off in the checkpoint.
Did not.
O.J. Simpson was, yes, he did. Dennis Rodman, thank you.
Dennis
I
Rodman.
said, how many tattoos do you actually have? And he took his shirt off. And probably by the supervisor on that one.
Let me see.
And so,
I met
we
Ivy, Molly Holly, Lucy Lawless, Renee O'Connor,
I don't know who that is.
Ashley, the one that played Aphrodite. I met Kevin Sorbo. I met Stone Cold Steve Austin. I met all of the Charmed Ones. I've met Undertaker, Ivy, Molly Holly. I even met Jennifer Aniston. I met Jessica Alba.
Were you out there getting autographs?
Jennifer Love Hewitt. What?
Were you out there getting autographs and stuff?
Yeah, and sometimes we went to private dinners. I was, I had a lot of money, so I went to high society things when you wore a suit and you wanted to look all that.
What?
And plus I was, yeah.
1 second.
Yeah, I met Jessica. She was really cool. The biggest jerk that I met that was a wrestler was Kane. Kane was a jerk. Big Papa Pump was a jerk. Macho Man was okay. Roddy Piper was funny. There was a lot of wrestlers that were a-holes. A lot of them were cool, like The Undertaker. He was awesome.
Yeah,
and
I can't remember the guy's name. You know who I worked with.
I met Britney Spears.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know who she was. I kind of insulted her because she's like, "You want an autograph?" I don't know who you are. I'm like, "Oh, who are you?" So I know I don't talk about it much, but
well,
that's kind of I had a life of, interesting, and I was, and I was driving fast cars and, that kind of stuff.
I got to drive a Mustang once because my friend, his sugar was high. And I got to take it on the highway, and it was a brand new 2006. I got to drive it on the highway.
I drove a red Ferrari Testarossa. Then there was this car that was from Japan. It was a Mitsubishi. This freaking car was awesome. I don't remember what it was, but I think it was a Mitsubishi F20 or something like that. That I had driven. I rented it, so it was kind of cool. I had a Monte Carlo 1979. It was decked out. I rebuilt it when I was younger.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I've done a lot of things that I don't really tell everybody because I'm not like some people that say they were a cook and they were a world traveler and then they were, they owned a bar and then, I'm traveling to different people. We know who we're talking about. I'm not that kind of person. So I just am humble and enjoy life and keep those memories to myself because I'm not a person that likes to say, oh, well, I did all that. I'm just mellow and I'm humble, I think, and I'm trying to be the most humble person I can. And I try to look at life
They're
as a
people
beautiful
like
thing.
everybody else. Some of them
Yeah, they
have
put their pants on the same way.
that they're in that people have
And
no idea.
you can tell that people in Hollywood lost their light because you can look at some people and you can see like this little white and glimmer in their eye. But now if you see them, they're all dark-eyed. And that's where you can tell that somebody's lost their light. I mean,
See,
look at,
this is what
what's her name? Miley Cyrus. When she was younger, she had this little light in her eyes. But now if you see Miley Cyrus, you see her eyes are dark, like a lot of them. A lot of people lost their light in Hollywood, so they're all dark because they're all part of that.
See, now you're making me.
Let's
Because my question is, and this is a big thing. She
Oh,
better
we're gonna
not be
read you.
watching.
We're so redoing yours.
My thing is if somebody like the person I'm going to be with, can you actually break the contract off of the? Can you break that off? And that's what I'm looking.
that depends. Well, I mean, there is some have, some haven't.
Because
It's a fair question.
well,
Because if you're questioning if you can break it off, that means you already know you're contracting in. So that's scary a little bit because that takes away from the expectations.
it's not me. It's
Wait a
that
second.
the person that did that many years ago that I want.
Is he in-
And
Yeah.
No,
I'm not gonna name the celebrity. I met a celebrity in a bar one day, right?
Mm-hmm.
I could have been with that celebrity. She's very famous. I could have been with her, but she really got angry with me because I told her, I said, look, I'm not about famous. I don't want to be followed around with paparazzi and all that. So I left that. That's when I left that life. Because it wasn't for me, I don't want to be famous. I want to be just a normal person like everybody else.
this is someone that I've been around when I was younger.
Yeah.
I'm nervous about certain things coming up,
But think of it this way: you're not a child going into it anymore. You're an adult going into it, and you have a lot
Right.
more experience. And you're not. I don't know. I get a weird feeling.
I can't wait to get the hug at least.
I know. I know you also like desperately want to get out of your current situation. So this sounds like let's do it. Let's go on an adventure, but be aware because sometimes if you force an adventure when the universe might actually open one up to you in the very near future, you could be walking down a path of uncertainty and things that might not turn out the way you want. It's that saying, like if
And
when what's the saying? It's like God wait a minute. When you plan, God laughs or something like that. What's that saying?
well, when you plan, life happens.
When you plan, the universe laughs or something, or the God laughs when you try to plan things. I don't
That's the
remember.
thing. This is not being planned. Not really. Not by me. That way.
Nightbird, I cleared this for you because while the other cards were meant for you, I like to do my own I find that if I do my own little thing, it tends to be more personal to you. So I always give thanks to the north, the south, the east, the west, because that's our guides above and
What is
below.
that tattoo?
And no negativity in this.
Which one? Oh, these are positive cards. Which tattoo? This one?
Oh,
I like the elephant one.
That's domestic violence survivor, and that's changed. And this for this one I got.
Butterfly.
This one I got in Cambodia. I don't have any on my right arm.
oh.
I'm getting my butterfly with the exclamation point.
It looked like a pink spermatid. So I was like, what the heck?
A pink sperm. It's actually kind of looks like it looks like a tea, like tree. Like that's what I like to look at it as.
Yeah, but the way
It's also
the way
my
it showed
sister
on the
has
camera,
MS, and it's MS awareness as well.
yeah, it was a ribbon. But when it came up for a minute, it looked like a pink sperm. I'm like, what the hell?
I didn't see that. What the
Can you hear the echo in this spot in my house right now? Like when I make any noise right now, the echo. This is literally center of gravity. I don't know why. It's like, can you hear how it's an echo? Oh
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, it's the weirdest thing. So this is where I like to do it because it's more. You could do them anywhere, but
At least you lined up
tune in.
the candles this time.
I did last time.
Yeah,
Oh, you
but
mean
they were a little off.
today?
This time they
No,
were perfect.
I just grabbed the deck and was seeing
This time,
what came out. But this one I
the way-
cleared
I'm
all
always
negative air.
OCD. I'm always OCD, and when I look at things, I like, and everything has to be at the equal place. And the way you've lined it up this time, each one of them are exact point on the carpet.
It was last time though, unless it
image.
was earlier tonight where I was just doing it without. Well, I wasn't on the camera, but last night I did it on the
Well,
big.
no.
I did it on the big ones, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But I wanted to do it closer so that you can see the actual cards because the pictures
Yeah.
are so pretty. And when I did it last time and I held the card up, I almost burned it because the camera,
Oh.
like this was here and those two were there and that one was a little higher and this one was burned the card. But they were beautiful cards for Nightbird. So I've already split the cards. I've already cleared the air. And if you're okay with it, Nightbird, and with your permission, then I'd like the message to come through for you. And would you prefer the right card or would you prefer the left deck? Or right deck, left deck?
Let me feel.
It's something you'll feel, you'll know.
Left.
Okay. So I'm going to
I knew
remove
you
the
were
right.
gonna say that.
Really?
Yeah.
I like to split the deck because it actually makes it easier to shuffle. Because this is a 73
Every
deck.
time she picks a card or a side, it always happens to be the same side I would pick.
Oh
Funny
man!
as hell.
Do you know what? My Alexa did not play a fucking ad for the last 3 to 4 hours, and the second I start doing this, she's doing an ad.
It's okay.
That's crazy. She did not do one ad the last 3 to 4 hours, and now bam. So you get to listen to that. You know what? Ooh, we got boy. And double ads to us. Oh shit, man. I'm gonna pause for a moment just so you don't hear that ad.
Oh, of course it's gonna put the ad out.
Alright, you ready, Nightbird? For real, for real. Not that the other ones weren't relative, because they absolutely were, and they always will be, but this is how I channel my center in here. I go north to south to east to west, and with your permission, without any negative entity coming in, and pure truth to guidance of what it is that you're looking for, whether it be past, present, or future, or if you want to combine all three in however you decipher the meaning, these are specific and special to you. So the first one we got here, you got Ace of Earth. Okay, this is a gorgeous card. All right. So, yeah, the Ace of Earth means you're going to have this inflow of abundance. Abundance doesn't necessarily mean money. Abundance means healing. Abundance means happiness. Abundance means light and new perspective. But it also can mean money, a promising business venture, or important documents or contracts. What the fuck? Were we just talking about that? Bam. You're afraid of a soul, whether it be an actual contract or a soul contract, important documents or contracts. You do have an inflow of abundance, a promising business venture, but focus on the documents and contracts. That's a warning for you. Hold your power. If you have any worry, obviously, maybe you need to reconsider the thought. But it's a very, very powerful card. She actually kind of looks like you, too.
I'm not worried.
Yeah. And you know what's neat, too, is she's got this little, like, knowing, she's grounded in holding her stance. In this, you're in a different place. But I just hope you trust the person. Like, there's no question in trust. If they hurt you before, they will hurt you again. Okay? You have wings now. They can't hurt you the way they did, but they think they might be able to. So just be cautious of that. Okay, so that was let's pull this back so we can see them all. All right, this card is your King of Fire, girlfriend. This is a great one. Again, this is a King of Fire card, which you could also say Queen of Fire. You're getting these waves of intense motivation. You're ambitious, and you're feeling your charisma come back to light after it's been kind of quiet for a really long time. So what you need to do is really focus and really communicate with your vision in your mind to be a leader or a guider. Advice from someone creative will always suit you well. So putting those two together, okay, if you've got the inflow of abundance, but make sure you focus on the important documents and contracts, I think it's really important for you to focus on what your vision is in this situation. And make sure you seek advice outside of that, especially if you are going into that space of important documents and contracts are necessary. So it's kind of like, this is a really beautiful card, actually. I like the colors.
There's two.
Let me
Is
pull
there
it
two
back.
people sitting in the background? What am I looking at there? On the right-hand side? Does it look like there's two people standing there?
I see a guy sitting on a dragon with pecs and a really cool like sword that you could lick, like it's like one of those lollipop ones.
Yeah, but is that just part of a wing or something at the top on the right?
Oh, up
Because
there.
it looks like two people to me.
It looks like leaves or DNA.
Is that what that is?
Or like two cicada that are waking up, maybe. It's to be interpreted as you wish. So, like every painting and every piece of art, you looked all outside of that. That's beautiful. So, like if you look at this one here, it appears that like she's got very fragile wings, but yet one's expanding, one's still opening. There's this vision that she knows the truth up here. She's still holding this piece into the ground, which is wonderful. And these castles back here remind me of Angkor Wat. I don't know if you've ever been to Angkor Wat. It's in Asia. It's one of the 7 wonders of the world. So Ace of Earth. But just make sure you understand, in order for that inflow of abundance, be very, like, it's a promising business venture, but in order for that to be a business venture and not a soul contract, make sure you're very clear in your documents and your contracts. But also, this card kind of piggybacks on that, you know, where you need to focus and communicate on the vision and not be intercepted in a position where might be in a place where you were in the past, whether it be with this person or not. And you kept going to that top right corner. And I want to see if what I see there, because I'm just seeing that as like part of the wing of the. I see 2 cicadas. Is that how come it's not? There we go. Let's focus. Yeah, I guess it's as good as we're gonna get. Right there.
Are you awake, Brim?
And your last card,
I'm awake.
What do you think that is? I mean, do you see?
this one right here, he would probably know of anyone because it looks like a colorful dragon that's bowing down and letting you take control at Angkor Wat.
It looks like a dream dragon, an earthy dream dragon,
Oh,
and
I
it reminds me
like
of a fey dream dragon, and the rider is showing his power by the fire within, and it's lighting
There's
his,
submission too.
yeah,
Peacock
that he
feathers.
has power,
Mm.
Is there
yeah,
peacock feathers
and
on the headdress?
It's a
Was
wicked
that a
detail.
headdress?
Yep,
the armor is showing the fire
Like
that's covered in
peacock
him, and it's a holy flame fire.
there.
Are those peacock feathers?
Yeah,
That's fucking
They look like
insane.
it.
right there. That's peacock
That's
feathers
a
on this.
headdress.
I actually got peacock. I actually
Do you want me
thought
to get
the
a brighter
peacock feathers
light?
on the other one.
Do you want me to get a brighter light? Yeah, I've been to Vietnam, Cambodia, Thailand. I've done a lot of crazy things early on. I'm gonna get a brighter light.
Because on that other one, on
She wears
that
peacock feathers on one of her.
Yeah, this tattoo right here. That's why it's so shitty. It was done in Cambodia, and that's blood is thicker than water in Thai.
Jesus Christ,
on that other card,
You
it
know
looked
what
like
else?
her
Oh my
wings
god!
had
I have to get my
had
light. I have to
peacock
get my
wings.
light because look at what's underneath the wing right here. And don't mind my nails. I've been doing yard work. There is a little troll underneath that wing.
Oh, hush.
You see the troll? Do you see what I'm talking about right there?
I seen a little face coming out.
I don't like that. Okay.
And if you look at the fairy, it looks like her wing is a peacock wing.
Well, there's
Some
definitely
little
peacock.
eyeballs on her
I see
wings.
those 2 cicadas right there too, which is really freaking cool. All right, your last
On
card.
the girl in the water. It looked like she came out of a cocoon, and her wings have peacock eyeballs on it.
Yeah, well, if you would look at the video at the very end, Mood Indigo, she's wearing a whole headdress of peacock feathers.
You know what's funny? I got a teacup today that had peacock feathers.
That's interesting.
All right, you ready for your third? Your third card is 2 of air. This is the you got it again, dude. I've 72 cards, actually 78 cards. You got the one that I was describing to you. Okay, so this is really, really interesting. So with those the 2 messages you just got before, this is called the 2 of air. And I was trying to describe to you, it's like 2 unicorns that are crossing their horns, and I kept saying corns, and they have sparkles around them, and their hair on the left is a little bit more like freeing, and the one is on the right is a little bit more constricting, but the right one's more male-ish, and the left one's more female, but there's something very different about the both of them, and it says basically 2 of air is being unable or unwilling to make a decision, a stalemate, pretending there is no problem. You got the same freaking card, and that one to me falls in between these 2. You have wicked doubts, my friend. And you got the 3 different colors too. You got a green, a blue, and a red. That's kind of neat. So you have
Because of their deep wounds. I got
So
deep wounds.
why go back to something that gave you such deep wounds?
Wait a minute, I just got something from that.
I've got deep
Look
wounds.
at how you just set that up. You just notice what you did?
Yeah.
The female is the fairy, and it's on the unicorn side. That's the female. On the male is the dragon, and it's lined up with the male unicorn. And in the middle, that's bringing the balance between them. They're fighting each other.
We're okay.
So,
There we go.
well, that's interesting, actually.
It was a natural.
She's battling with, and it feels like she's battling within herself.
Yeah, that's the one that this is the fact
That,
that she got this card before is making me like that's
mm-hmm.
incredibly
I
powerful.
am having a
Her
battle
softer
with
side,
myself in order to
her
trust
soft,
anybody. I don't
right.
trust my aunt and
The
uncle. I
soft,
don't
loving
trust
side is battling the powerful dragon side, and they're crossing swords and crossing horns. That means you're
Whoop!
going head to head with each one of them.
Whoops.
My bad.
That's what I got.
I'm fighting with inside of myself to actually accept
Mm-hmm.
Did
love
this
and
guy
help.
like? Can I ask you like a personal question? Did this guy like hurt you before?
Long
Okay,
time
your
ago.
answer right there just said it.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna It's remember the other night it was just you, me, and Brim, and we did this. And it was two paths. There was the left path, which was exciting and wonderful, but you might repeat an old pattern, and whatever it might drip dry you, basically, of what it might drip dry you of your finances again, as if it hasn't before. Maybe it hadn't. I don't know, but
No, nothing was with finances.
the right path seemed safer and boring and sucky, but it was safe, and you weren't. Your discernment you're feeling right now is so fucking powerful. A woman's intuition, a man's intuition, when they tap into the divine feminine in themselves, tells them the answers, like my favorite philosopher, Khalil Gibran. You already know the outcome before you
Even the candles.
before you even made the decision.
Look at the candles. They're telling you the sign too.
They're
I don't
pointing.
know if you noticed
They're
it.
pointing
The
over
three
here.
upper candles are
They're
brighter,
pointing. They're
but
pointing
the
over
smaller
here.
one is dimmer.
Bram.
I find that interesting.
Holy shit. And these were all lit at the same time, by the way, during your live
That's
the
what I
last time.
do. Do I get hurt by my uncle?
Or maybe
Do I
there's
go down
something
the other path?
It's saying
Let's pull a fourth. Fuck it.
when you're crossing swords, you're
Let's be
dimming your
crazy.
light.
We're gonna be crazy kids right now.
Think about that. When you're fighting yourself, look at the candle.
Do I
It's dimmer.
leave? Do I
So
leave
that
this
means you're
family that
fighting
has
yourself.
hurt and gutted me and put me on the street, or do I go to the other one?
Well, you have to do what you're gonna do to survive. Wow, this spot in this room is the weirdest fucking echo. It drives me crazy almost. Well,
Because
I
you
see it
know that I've been
perfectly.
hurt by my uncle and my aunt here. And this would be the
Even the
safest
candles
thing
are
for
telling
me
you.
to
That's
keep
funny.
going along with and get continue to
girlfriend,
get hurt
you're getting some
the
good
other
shit
the other
tonight.
family. So do I go to the other family?
You already know the answer. You don't need anyone to tell you.
Yeah.
You
Then I'm going to
already
the
know.
other.
You already know. And whatever decision you make, you are going to make the right
So I
decision.
leave here and I don't even let them know that I'm leaving, and then when I'm there, I will call and let them know that I'm gone.
You have a plan. The fact that you already even have a plan is kind of beautiful. All right, let's
I
pull
think that's the
this.
only way I can deal with it because I can't take any more heartache from you guys.
I think you already have the answer, but this will help you in
She
guiding in
does.
that. You do. And I'm scared to shit. I'm scared to shit for
It's
some
scary
reason.
going the other way.
I
It's
feel
scary
like
going the other
one
way.
decision is so enticing, but it is so toxic and so volatile, but I don't feel it's my obligation to tell you, but I just did. So, in whatever you choose, I will not judge you. I will
The
not.
vol-
That is not
but
my
the
place. That
volatile
is
part
not
was
my
fear.
that's not my place, and that is not my journey. But I will tell you, I do get a really bad gut feeling, and I even said this to like Honey about something the other day. Briefly, I had mentioned like I get really nervous. People who come into money or power or something of that sort, all of a sudden the leeches show up. So you got 3 of Earth, which is the power of creativity, recognition for very high quality work, being a team player. Alexa, volume down 4. I can't stand the fact that she does ads every time I pull the card. Technology does not want me to give you this message tonight.
But pretty much everything is pointing to a financial, stable,
Yes.
working, good scenario.
Yeah, stable,
Of wanting
not.
to know what I want to do to move forward and work.
Oh, this is a great card, girlfriend.
butterfly.
Snapshot this. This is
It's
called
telling
4 of
I'm-
Earth. It means being too frivolous or too cautious with money. Good business decisions is the most important thing. Giving to those less fortunate. So whatever your decision is, giving back in some way, somehow, to yourself. To yourself, not to this person, is what's going to be an incredibly powerful message for you.
Have you noticed a
Yes.
pattern in this
Yeah,
whole
again,
reading
yes,
so far?
You're
it's the
gonna-
weirdest
Brim,
thing. Brim, I'm giving you a
Put this
freaking
up on.
shout out right now with the pattern recognition.
The whole pattern is telling you. Each card has
pointing,
wings.
and they're
It's telling
pointing.
you to soar. Yes. You see what's going on here? You have
every
3
angel
cards
point.
with wings, which is telling you to soar and high. That's exactly what I'm hearing. And look at the wings on the little fairy. She's pointing to the locket. Means go with your heart.
Oh,
Unlock it. Don't have it sealed.
Brim, I desperately need you to help me.
Tell him, maybe I should get these cards.
You should help me decipher these cards because you're way fucking better. No, honestly, this is why cards aren't my thing. But I love the fact that we can tag team it together, like World WWF Wrestling, baby. However, without
Well,
burning
it
the
sounds
card,
like you kind of
look
know
at the
that.
background. Look at the
No, I'm gonna
background.
tell you. I'm gonna tell you. This has to do with Annie, and I'm gonna say Linux.
Look at the background.
And this is a way I
I'm gonna have to
can
get that deck of cards.
back. This is a way that
I'll give you
I
the page.
do
Hold on.
for others. To do for others,
Brim,
and in the biggest way. And my family would sit here and tell me, "No, you."
I see so much in these cards, it's not even funny.
they're speaking to you, and that is
Yeah.
that's your thing. 78 card deck guidebook. I'll send these to you. You can have this deck actually if you'd like, because this deck actually, I
It
feel like
actually would be better. You know why?
this deck speaks to you.
If I buy my
You're
if I buy the deck, it's not as powerful, but if it's given, it's even
Well,
more
this
better.
deck, I believe in that energy, and this deck in particular tends to really resonate with you. But look at the front picture on it. Is that not meant for Nightbird? She's got 2 pots pouring into the water. One goes down a mainstream, and the other one kind of splits off into the others.
This is
This is
like
old patterns, new patterns.
and
And
Right.
I'm actually burning it a little bit back here, so I'm gonna move this candle up here. I'm gonna move this candle up here.
I love those cards.
of
Yeah,
the
this belongs. I feel like this belongs to you, and that's
actually
okay. That's cool.
Yeah. She knew my mom.
I don't know what it is, but
Yeah, but
it's like every picture that I see, I'm seeing like
the message
don't
is
know.
so clear for you, Nightbird. Like I see it, but I can't influence it. I can only let you interpret it. And your last one, I'm gonna put this out there because I'm starting to get a little bit sleepy.
I'm having to get rid of my family. I have to leave them.
This is
It's
8
not-
of water. A desire to move on, the search for something more meaningful, spiritual, and emotional growth.
Oh my
And look at
God.
that. This is
Yes.
I've never seen this card, to be honest with you. And
Free.
this is your summary card. And I mean, you know the answer already. And
Your light-
but
your
but
light
no
shines
matter
through the
what you
water.
pick, I'm gonna let you go. Brim.
it's showing
You
your
go.
light it shows your light.
This is probably the coolest card I
It
ever
shows
pulled.
your light
Mm-hmm.
in the water. Means when you're underwater
Interesting how this
and you
one
feel
burned
that
so
you're at
fast, much faster.
yourself, and the cups are filled. The cups are around you. You can fill the cups with your love, which gives you the energy. Because it's an underwater mermaid at this point. Because it's a mermaid. So
It's almost like
you're
a
swimming
soul
through the darkness, and
It's
the
like a
light is
soul
showing onto you.
pulling from the density of the water out to the freedom of the air.
Yes.
Like that's a
Free.
wicked. You know what though? 1, 2, 3,
Freedom.
4, 5, 6. I have to pull one more.
It's freedom.
But
like
you
my
look at the
soul calling
patterns.
me free.
Each one of them have wings in it.
Mm-hmm. She's
It's
got like
telling her to soar.
the coolest card pull tonight, and a lot of them.
You got butterfly. You've got the dragon. You've got the fairy. You've got the fairy and other dark fairy up there. And who's to say that those could be Pegasus down there, but it's not showing the wings.
I think it's Pegasus because they've got horns on their head.
Right.
Being unable right now, that's where she's at. Being unable and unwilling to make a decision, she's at a stalemate, pretending there's no problem. Hey, no problem. We gotta fill
And the way
out.
you positioned it before, the way you positioned the cards, and the way the candle was dim, was also telling her something.
That's so
Because it was
important.
showing her strength, and the male and female struggle with inside of her, and then that one card was underneath. The minute you put that card underneath, that candle went dim. So that means that
Do you know why?
you're struggling with
Holy
inside,
shit.
and
You know
it's
why?
bringing down your
Because
life.
there's
Holy
times
shit!
when I
Do you want to
feel
see what
like
your
I-
final card is, girl?
Why?
The reason why, Paul, is because
This is your final card. Seven
because I
of
felt like
fire.
dying. For real.
Dude, this is your final card. Defend your beliefs and decisions. Stand your ground. Choose your
My
battles
belief.
wisely. Dude, that is your final and your last card. I know the panel is going to block it, but I'm going
And
to
what
try
does that
to.
card have?
A rooster. I
It
know.
has wings.
Amazing.
Wings again.
And
it's got
rooster
horns.
claws, which are freaking like ferocious. And a
Yeah.
wand. She's holding a wand.
It's gonna be a fight. I'm telling you.
It's
gonna be
see, you know, girl, you know. I want to move all
She
these
wants.
up.
She wants to fight my aunt already, because she said you could have been out there dead. Why let them do anyway?
But you're
You could have
not,
been
and you're an
dead.
adult now.
Man,
and
I
you know
have-
what? You're an adult now. And
I have got to get these cards. This is crazy.
I know it's so your language.
I can't believe that card came out.
All right,
again.
so that's pretty wild. Yeah.
that fight within
I've never
myself.
seen anything
I got
like
This
them.
is
so
your
low.
entire reading right now. Let me see if I can like lift this up.
That's why that card is there, because I've been fighting with myself internally over the whole damn thing.
I don't know how to lift
Like,
it
to
up.
the
It's telling
point
you
where I
what
couldn't
your answer is
breathe.
right here.
Oh shit. I'm gonna
Because
go
you feel
smoke a
like you're
cigarette.
It's telling you to
because
soar.
you have the same blood as somebody, but it doesn't mean.
Nope. We
It's
actually
telling you
talked
to
about we
soar, baby,
specifically
soar.
talked about that for a reason, I think. And these all have the descriptions on the bottom. Oopsie say. Wow.
I'm getting motion sickness.
And look,
I know, girl.
and
This
look
is
at how
like,
she lined them up again. This is crazy. Look at this.
see,
Earth, Earth, Earth. And that's on the female side. And the male side is fire, fire.
That's
In the
why
middle, you have water and air.
dude, for real, man.
See?
That's pretty baller right there.
I tell you, in
That's
the last 21
wild.
weeks, within the last 21 weeks, I became more evolved. But some people say that, oh, whatever.
Don't listen.
But
Don't
Oh,
listen.
fuck
I
them.
see that.
Fuck
I
them.
see it as plain as day. I see it as plain as day.
We grow every freaking day, no matter what anybody says.
That's right.
Freaking wings, man. Wings. Let both
Butterfly.
both of them
You
soar.
even like the main one, which is this is beautiful to me. Especially like green, 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 red, red, blue, blue. Like that's kind of wild. Like brim.
Feel
Like
like
And you got the 4 elements in there.
Water,
And the
you're
four elements.
very balanced. That's true. Earth, earth, air,
Well, I know
water,
how I'm
fire,
going.
fire. Oh my God, look how I did separate that. That's pretty weird. I never like looked
You
at the
see what I'm
pattern.
saying?
Yeah, dude, that's fucking cool. Can you see all the cards? You can take a
And
snapshot.
another thing, look at the numbers. What are the numbers?
God, I'm
You've
shaking
got
right
3,
now.
3,
7.
3, 4, 7, 2. 2, 3, 4, 7.
Yeah.
Nice. This is very cool. Yeah, I'm gonna Brim, I'll send you
And
these.
she balanced it out
These belong
with
to
the
you.
4 elements. Oh my God.
Let me try.
I can't make this shit up. I can't
cool.
make this
Well,
shit
I have
up.
all 4 elements. You know that, Paul. You know I got all
Yeah.
4.
You are well, you're 33 or a 6, and 6 are complete. We're
But
Earth Angels. We're Earth
I didn't
Angels.
see the
baby
last
girl.
2 cards. She went
Oh, I can do it.
kind of
1,
fast on that
2,
one
3,
card. I didn't
4,
see that
5.
one.
Oh, this one?
No, the 3 of Earth. There was something in there. I seen it on the other card. I
Oh,
basically
that
read the other cards, but that butterfly one I didn't see.
Yeah, pick that one back up.
Okay, now look at this again. What is in there? You have mountains, which
Oh, there's 2
Oh, you are.
is
This is
abundant
yeah.
in these
You are
cards.
so like
And then
expert
you have the
level.
water. You have the wings, and then you have
Wait,
a
hold
heart.
still, hold
There's a
still.
heart in there again.
Oops, sorry.
I mean, oh my God, I can't make this shit up. And then the bottom of the wing looks like a friggin' eyeball again.
Hi,
Oh,
Brim.
cool. That was cool. Hi, Brim. Brim, Brimski, Brimmy.
And look at how those mountains are right there. Hey, that reminds me.
I
too.
love the color. It's like freedom. And then you have this angel who's almost like
It
either
is freedom.
she's either picking up angel. Oh, there's an angel down here too.
Oh my gosh.
And again, there's a fairy with wings.
I got fairy on my back.
Yeah.
I
That's
got a
so
naked
cool.
fairy on my back.
All right, I'm gonna run and have a cigarette, but I'm gonna mute for a second. Zoom in, do what you. Oop, Berezia.
Ay, ay, ay.
Well, I'll be back in a minute. I'll be back in a
I mean, holy crap.
Well, I think that's my complete answer.
Yes.
I
It's
have
saying
to
that from what I got on that reading, it's saying this. The more you struggle with it, the more you're battling, it's dimming your light. You already know the answer because if you look at the pattern, you're well balanced. You have earth on your female side, you have the fire on your male side. So, and you look at that, it completes the balance, and you have the 4 elements. And you're going to ground yourself in the water because that's what the water is. You're going to float in the air because you've got all the wings around. Those wings are going to help you soar. You have that. So it's telling you that you're going to fly and soar once you take the right path that you need to take, and you know what the path is because water is holding memory. You know what you need to do. And how she positioned it couldn't be any more said. It told the story right there. See, when I see pictures, I can see the story without the words. And that's the story I seen within those cards. That your energy is very stable and equilibrium that I'm getting. And in the middle, you have your water. And if you think about it as your body, again, I'm seeing this too. Your body's made up of water. And they got the 2 unicorns. They're on the ground. See,
Well,
it's chained up as your body too. And on each side you have a wing. So each wing, one wing is fire, the other wing is earth. See what I'm saying? And at the head, you're more grounded because that's where your head is focused on Gaia and earth. I can't make this shit up. I don't know, man. I could read so much.
freaked out.
I'd be reading these cards for an hour.
She told me, she's like because you know how I am, and I'm like, she goes, I never left, I'm still here, and she goes,
I'm closer than you know. And I said, did you just say you're closer than I know? And she goes, LOL, yes. And I'm going, I have a feeling she's not even going to let me know when they drop in here. Like, it's going to be a surprise. And I think it's going to be very soon, I hope.
I can't even make this up. I need those cards.
Is it coming that soon? Like, and then I'd like to see like how many hours it would take to get here from there driving, and it's only 10 hours.
That's why,
That was
you know what? And here's another confirmation. I fell asleep listening to Lavender, and I woke up with her waking me up. Now, when is it that that you're at your most high vibrational? The minute you wake up. So that's exactly what happened. She did the reading as I woke after I woke up. So now I'm in that zone. I'm in that twilight zone, you want to call it. So, and I'm freaking connected to these cards where I'm reading every little thing, and I'm like, how the hell am I even doing this?
No, that's cool. Well, I'm picking stuff out of them too that I'm going.
Yeah.
I would like that deck eventually too. You know, only have 2 decks. I had the one you gave me and the other one.
Well, I have decks of cards that I'm going to be giving away.
Yeah, I don't have like a regular.
Because I have a bunch of cards, so we'll go through them eventually. I'll end up sending you a necklace that necklace thing you added in those cards. Because I have a lot of decks of cards I don't use that don't resonate with me. They did before, but they don't anymore.
Well, you know.
But I'm still I'm keeping my 4 main ones.
I don't know how she's gonna feel about those, but actually, I saw Lola use a deck before, so I think I don't think I think I should be able to have them.
That I wanted.
It's my aunt and uncles that I can't
There was
have.
a deck of cards. There was a deck of cards I seen somebody have. I wanted those damn cards, but nobody. I can't find out what they are. They were blue. They had red. They had blue gold trim on them. You flipped them over. They were kind of prism, and they were beautiful cards. And oh my god, I can't even. They look like celestial cards. And I was like, man, I want those cards, and I can't never find them. I don't know where they got them, but those cards, I was sitting there. She would flip the card, and I'm like, blah 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 blah. Before she even got done reading them, I'm already knowing what the card was about, and then everything that I was saying, she said. So I'm like, holy crap.
It's funny. I can read people without the cards, though. It's so weird for me.
And here we go. Here's the synchronicity. Look at the. I have 9 hearts. There's 179, 17K like 17.K likes. See, there's 9179.
It's
and there's 5 people
here.
in the room.
It's 454 here.
And
Whoa.
and it's 555 here. You can't get synchronicity like this.
I've never seen that.
What
wait,
the hell?
666. Wait, would you say 654 54? Wait, 454. And then what was yours, Brim?
He's saying
I got
555.
4. You're not
My
almost
time is
there.
555.
But there's 5 viewers.
I have there's 5 viewers, but then again, look at the numbers. I have 9
27.
hearts.
2 plus 7 plus 1 is 10. That's 5.
Yeah,
5,
and then there's
5, just remembered.
17.9 likes.
Beginnings. I'm on my new beginning.
Just be incredibly cautious, Sniper, because there's something that's off about one of the options.
Yeah.
And I think you're willing to take the risk, and that's okay. But just be cognizant. It might not turn out like what you think. And it might trigger a lot of things. And you have the power and strength within you. That you could just say, you know what, I'm going to dodge a bullet on this and say, nah, thanks, but no thanks. Or you're going to say, I'm going to go for it and might get hurt, and maybe I won't get hurt. But that comes back to the two unicorns that are crossing their. One of them was more fuller, and one of them was a little bit more fragile. And it's like the path is clear.
And here's even so you want to hear some more synchronicity? Here we go.
Yes, you could take me off the big. You could
I
take me off
had
the big screen, by the way.
222 viewers. I have 38% of my journey, which comes up to 11, and I have 7 coins this week already. All of the numbers right there.
There's
I thought you were going to do my reading.
Wait a minute, I'm not. There's a multitude of different things that
You could
end up
take me
hurting
off the big screen because I'm about to pass out and fall asleep. 656.
Oh.
being in public eye can hurt.
Why is it not working? Oh.
There's certain things that
I hate how they switch the controls.
Relief. That was stressing me out. I'm like, that's too much me. I don't like it.
like a big screen.
Man, I feel so connected to those cards. Holy
Yeah,
cow.
dude, that was straight up. And they were, but the message though to Nightbird was the most important thing. We can't lose sight of that, you know. And it was the same thing as like when I was telling Linda, I was like, the last live I went on was your last live with you, me, and Linda, or you, me, and Nightbird, and we were doing the card reading. She goes, I want a card reading, and I go, I know, I need to do it for you, but I have to do it my way, like to really get the message. And that middle card, I'll go back in my living room. I'm having a cigarette right now, but I'll go back in my living room and reread that again, and I'll take a picture and send it to you, Nightbird, because it was just so.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you're killing me, Holmes.
If my mom, okay, so if my mom's going through, or my mother's side. Okay.
You okay?
I don't know.
I have to do it like a.
I heard it
Yeah.
is, which means someone's restricting you, which means not TikTok, but someone might be restricting you. So just be aware. Or just simply messaging. Yes. We're party animals, dogs.
It's like they reach into my soul.
You know, yeah, those were definitely calling. And I've done that before. I've had a deck that it's brand new and I don't even know all the images and I don't even know how to read them fully yet. You were reading them like light speeds ahead of me even learning the cards. And that's usually indicative of that deck particularly. Even if you ordered it, it wouldn't be the same. That deck is calling to you. So I 100% agree. God, I have so much yard work to do today.
So you were talking, okay, so is everybody picking up that the other side's gonna hurt me versus my family?
I was thinking it the other way. I was thinking the other side would hurt you and your family's the side that wouldn't. But that's my perception. So you're so clearly in your mind, you know what you want to decide.
I know.
But you just make sure you discern, like, it might not be the same and it might be better. It might be beautiful. It might be a great decision for you. It might be things might be different.
I think
That's
the family's a
hopeful
bad
side.
idea.
You do. So you know her situation more, and that's maybe why the cards really read for you.
Well, the dead on this side, of the computer. I'm putting it that way because it's the truth. It's the truth. They stood there and they watched. And then they also know when I've had trouble. And they stood there and they watched. And the other side is saying, no, that's not acceptable and I'm not going to let you get hurt anymore. So
Something that's really bothered me with your sitch is the fact that, like, you didn't even know your dad had money for you and your family was hiding it, almost like they were waiting for it to, like, hit the. Oh, I just remembered my dream last night. Holy shit, that was weird. Whoa.
You see why I said it was a bad idea?
He also made a thing about, oh, well, you have to survive long enough to get your money. And I was like, what? What did you
That's
just
what
say?
that is the part that really
What
freaks
did
me
you
out. It
say
was
to
like
me?
they were trying to get power over attorney over you, making you come off to be crazy, and they were going to suck it out until you got that random letter or email or something, and you were like, what is this? The fact that they knew that and hid that from you because they wanted that from you, and that is really fucking scary to me.
Now,
Yeah, it is.
And I
here's the
don't know.
part
I
that
don't know the
I'm
whole
hearing too.
situation.
And when you're in a situation like me and have been
Here's the part
involved
that
in
I'm
what
hearing
has
now.
been,
If you,
go ahead.
the part that I'm hearing now is, if you go to that side of the if you listen to the family, they're basically, remember I said using, they're using you because they can't get the money. I think there's a roadblock there, and they can't get the money they have to give you that money. So if you're under their roof, they can manipulate the money.
Yeah.
That's what I'm seeing.
I
Somebody
think the
else
first and foremost,
and
here's what
said
I would
that
do. Here's what
they
I would
had
do.
like they had a if I die kind of a thing, that they had something on me there, and it makes me wonder if they actually have a life insurance policy on me.
That scares the shit out of me too. And the first time you told me, you're like, hey, I need legal advice because I just found out from an email or some note that you happen to get that no one else intercepted. And that note said, you're entitled to your father's money. And you were like, what? My father had money? And
Yeah.
you were like confused. And all of a sudden everybody was like, oh yeah, I guess you do. I didn't know that because they didn't count on you getting that letter. And so you assumed you had nothing. And then as soon as you found out, they were like, oh shit, yeah, you have that. We didn't tell you? It's like, you're not fucking stupid. And you're not fucking like sick. And they're making you out to be that way so that they can somehow get that money that you've come into, and that legally they have to tell you. And if you don't respond, then that money becomes state property or the second next to kin.
Right.
So
And
somebody
I'm
was
gonna
planning on you
They're gonna
never
lose
knowing
it.
about it, you dying,
well,
and them being able to take it, whether it's 40,000 or 140,000, it does not matter. The fact of the matter, it was hidden from you and not openly talked about. You're not in a safe situation with that person.
right. That's exactly.
They're hiding it for a
And
reason.
there are people, but there are people out there that are like me that have gone through what I've gone through, and their families, why do they sit back and they watch the other person suffer? Well, because some of them get paid off to do that, and they're not allowed to help. And I have sat there many times going, why are you sitting here and watching me? You come and you visit me and you see what I'm going through, and you don't do a damn thing. Now, the
They're
only
trying to push
reason
you over the
why
edge.
Or trying to
the
make you believe you're crazy and you're incapable and you're not
Mm-hmm.
a human being because of what you've gone through. So therefore, the state designates them as they're the
Mm-hmm.
sole proprietary person, and you're fucking incapable because you went through a little baby breakdown because you've been through some shit. They want that
and I
fucking
come
money.
from my own
So
mindset
you
when
need to
Mm-hmm.
somehow, without making any decisions, get that money in your get a private bank account, get that money in there, and then make decisions. Don't do it right now because I feel like there's a
I think
what's
I
the
want to wait till
word? Like a gray, like a fine print line. You kept bringing up contract earlier. There's a fine print line. If you live here or you live here, then that goes to there and that goes to there. Like there's something scammy going on. And that is your
Uh-huh.
dad coming through
and
saying, this money belongs to you. I would get that in your private bank account. I would
yeah.
declare yourself as sane and
Mm-hmm.
independent and get that money under
Oh, well, get
your
this
wing.
one. Get this one, and God forbid she's watching or anything. She actually said, should I say it, Paul? That she would adopt me. I said,
Yeah.
I'm 50 years old. Adoption. What are you talking about?
Okay. Yep. She has intentions of getting that money. If she adopts you, then you are legally.
No, I wouldn't have to get anything from. No, this is from the other person. This is not my family. They even would like to have.
Oh, I see. She would adopt you, so therefore it would go under her. What? So you're under their.
And you want to talk about
fuck.
contract, non-disclosure agreement contract.
Mm-mm.
That's probably
Oh,
what
that is really
Yeah, it's because of who
awful,
the
awful
person is.
situation. Oh my
Not
God.
really. Not really. Not really. Not with this person.
Oh dear
This person's
God.
a very big humanitarian person that's helped more people on this earth than your regular person. And so does her husband. And they're the ones that are offering me.
We need to get this money, but so you're right now, you're under their name. So it's basically you're an asset and anything that defines you or your value, they own.
Nope, they're not going to. And
That's currently where
I'm
it's
talking
at.
to the lawyer, and I'm gonna get an account so they can either wire the money to me or they
Yeah, you
can
have to get your own account. Unless they have you as
get
like,
my own.
if they have you as unstable or you're a
Nobody's
product
ever
of
put
this.
anything.
Mentally incompetent.
Yeah, if
No,
they do that, then I will help you however I
nobody
can.
to me. No one has put papers in that way or anything.
Good. Okay, that was my question. So they're like,
Nobody has come
wow,
back to me.
they've been probably feeding you. Oh my God. They've been probably feeding you. Like, it makes sense now why you've been feeling trapped. Like, they've been feeding you that you're not well, you're sick, and you're like, oh my God, maybe I am. Like, like, whoa. You need to get your
And
own bank, your
remember at
own
Christmas?
private bank account, not linked to anyone, and cash that or get that wired to that, and that is your safety zone, and no one can touch.
That's what I
No
told her.
one can touch it.
They're Masons on that side of the family.
That was what I told her for plan
They have
A
a-
and B.
Careful on TT with the M word. Yeah, it does
Or
this
what they
thing.
are. I know. I'm sorry, Rube, but
Yeah, listen to Fran. I agree with her 100%. I would not trust. They're trying to pull something over you. The fact that you didn't even know your dad had any, that to me is like they knew that. They were almost waiting for you to pass so that it would go to next of kin to them.
yeah.
Wow, what a mind
But see,
fuck.
here's the thing. The thing is this is why they're doing it. If you think about it, they can't get the money. She's not going to obviously pass, so they can't get the money that way.
They were almost
If
hoping she
they
would.
act nicey, yeah. If they act nicey to her, then they could try to put her as criminally insane and take the money that way.
Oh
But
God, no,
so
no.
that way they can't do it that way either. So now they're just saying, well, you can come live with us. We can come live with us. We'll
We'll
help you
take
out.
care of you.
And that-
And then by the way, you owe us rent, and we're suing you, and you
Yeah.
owe us rent for all this time you stayed here because they could do that.
For my aunt,
Because
my sister,
they can't get the money, and I've noticed this.
They're
too,
gonna
that
find a way. I
They
feel.
can't get the money unless. See, if she doesn't claim it, that money's lost.
Yeah.
They can't get it.
Oh, you better
So if
claim
she
that.
claims
You
it,
better
they
claim
have-
that fast. But you better get like a bank. Go to Bank of America or your local. Don't even go to Bank of America. They probably take fees.
we
But,
don't
like,
have one
just
here.
go and set up an account and be like, "Yep, I claim this,
Yep.
and here is the account number, the routing number." They put it in your account, and then you call the bank and say, "Lock it."
Yep.
See, I don't have money to open the account, but maybe they'll open it once that money. I say I got
Well, how
that
much do you
money.
need? $100?
I don't know because I have not looked.
When you open a bank account, you only need like $25. Like if you're a teenager or
Yeah.
something, you don't need much. You only need like 25, literally $25 cash. And I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure we can raise that for you. easily.
It's either 25 or
I'll
50.
figure it out, or they may end up coming.
You need
Anyway,
to. So as
they may end up
we're
coming
gonna
here
get you
before
into
that.
adulthood. We are getting you into adulthood. We've got to get
No,
you
I
your
know. I've
own
had
account.
accounts before. I know.
Yeah, I know, but like people they keep taking them over, and like we gotta protect you and set up the account, and then have them wire it, and then boom, put it in a security
Yeah,
or
I called it was last Monday, and they said 2, and then she said, I'm going to say 3 weeks just to be safe, but I should be getting it in a couple of weeks now, and then
yeah, unless they intercept the check.
then Annie and her husband, they're going to be coming here, and they didn't say what date yet, but they said a couple of weeks.
And they all know about this money.
Hey, she doesn't have to worry about money at all, ever.
Well, you
Ever.
never know.
She's a millionaire, honey.
Okay.
I don't have to worry about her with money. She's making sure I'm safe.
I'm leaning towards her right now. Like honestly.
Yeah. I don't
That's
have
Like
what
to.
I've
I
been
think that's her
saying the entire
I'm
safest
not
time.
going
bet.
there for money. This is completely.
But if she's a millionaire,
love,
why were you in the position you were in the first place? You know.
sweetie, because because of the situations that were going on, and she was sick, and then her husband was sick, and now things are better, and she's had events and things that she's had to do, and now is the time, and now she said, I'm done with this, and she wants to really go after my aunt big time.
Just take care of yourself first.
She was
Okay.
sick she was in other countries getting treatment.
Just
So
take care of yourself first.
she's
Okay.
not 100% well herself right now. That's all I wanted was a freaking hug.
No, you're
She
not.
knew my mom, she knew my mom, and their birthdays were a day apart. And I am not
You need to rely on no
careless
one. You need to rely on no one but
for
yourself right
myself.
now.
And I already said when I get out there, I'm getting right on Medicaid. I'm getting right on the food stamps. I'm getting right on,
Good. Good. Yeah.
everything that I need to do for myself, including, okay, I need help getting with my disability. I'm not living off of fucking anybody.
Yeah, but if you're getting a chunk of money,
I'm living
Really?
off of the money I'm getting, my own.
yeah. Okay, good.
My own.
Don't let anyone take that. That's your dad's gift to you. That is your
Now,
dad's gift to
I
you.
could live on a estate with the cousin, or I could go there with them because she's got 2 properties right there. So I don't know which place I'm going to be at when I first get out there.
Just get the money in your account first. That's priority. And then find a place to live.
And she says the same damn thing.
Okay.
The same damn
Wait,
thing.
literally?
And
Okay, cool. Then she's good. Get the money in your account, and then she might end up charging you. And then you know what? You go off and you
I don't
go on
care.
Craigslist, and you find a place to rent, and bam, you're living on your own freedom. If that's worst case scenario, because I'm gonna be the angel's advocate right here. But like,
I know, and I've learned myself, you cannot rely on anybody else. But
nope, you can't.
this is going to help me get my
They will take, or I'll have intentions of taking. So, and you know this, girl. You got angel strands weaved
the
into
thing
you.
is
So
what I want to do is I want to work for them, and I want to do something that has a cause for humanity, and that is where I'm looking.
that's a great plan.
Yeah,
But
and
in the
the,
meantime, you've got to get your roots down. And in order to do that, get the money in your account. So you got to set up an
on my
account,
phone.
wire it, or if
Yep.
they're going to mail you a check or however that works. And I would call them every day to find out where that was. Because if they intercept it and then forward it as cash and take that and you can't prove it, you're out of money and then you're really fucked. You've got to own it. You got to think you first.
No, I'm gonna.
Because they're not thinking you first. I mean that politely.
Oh, I know. I'm very, very, very.
This is your gift from your dad, straight up. And no one even, he might be a fucking prick asshole, whatever. But you know what? he did set this aside for his daughter. So fuck him, but he did do that for you, and you gotta take that little bank and make it grow. And no one else can do that but you.
Exactly. And that's exactly what I planned.
Because you'll burn through that so fast, you know.
Just having the support, you know, of other people that, and she knew me when I was younger.
Yeah.
And she knew my mama.
You're doing a good job.
Just to have the support of somebody and to accept, that's my biggest thing, is accepting that love and accepting the gift, because
Yeah.
I've always
I mean,
there's truth
neighbor,
to everything.
I
Like
still
there's
think
always
it's
strength
so
to
bizarre that you had no idea that your dad had this money for you. When did he pass?
2023, March.
So 3 years, you had no idea that like he had this money sent to his daughter. Like, no, my point is that like, who the hell was hiding that from you? That is who I would red flag instantly. I'd be like, wow, dude, like I relied on you taking care of this and you weren't even, yeah, he's evil. And he's the one that with the whole fucking passport hiding weird shit, dude. And you're trusting in him because like he's pulling like, what do they say? Pulling the wool over the sheep's, I don't even know. Yeah, but I have to go to sleep now.
And
But
knowing what I went through when I was younger, you know, and
he's totally
the
taking
wholehearted
advantage of you. I
the
can't
whole
believe
password.
3 years and like you happen to intercept that or happen to get that email. That was divine intervention. That was even your dad could have been a total prick, but I feel like that was still his way of like, I have to somehow get this to her. And however you found that information out, you probably freaked everybody else out because their plan was that you were going to be incapable and they were going to convince you were incapable and then somehow be given that money because that's their care money to care for your incapable ass. You're fucking brilliant, dude. You're one of the most brilliant people I ever fucking met. I'm not settling for that. Sorry. Meaning fuck them. You know,
And that's why they couldn't spin me around the way they can because they know my rights. They didn't.
well, they
like
also
it when
took advantage of your
They did.
victim. You were a victim.
No, everything's like in my brain. Don't think I'm not going to come back because these
it's like
are
a
issues.
lifetime movie. We will help you though. You have really, really strong friends on this app that will like ask questions that you wouldn't think to ask. And tell you what we at least know that you can use the vernacular to be able to the words to say, hey, what does this mean? You don't know what you don't know. You've been taken care of your whole life, you know, or from a bad hand, no less. But now it's time to like, you have to get that. You gotta get up, walk your ass. If you can't drive, take a bike, create a bank account. That's step one.
For a bike.
That's why we got legs, baby girl.
I'm gonna be okay because I'm getting a car anyway. It's gonna be okay.
Everything is
At
going to
least
be
what I'm
okay, but
told.
you've got to like put your ducks right now. You gotta play that game and get your ducks in a line to get it secure, and then you're gold. But until then, you're in a vulnerable position. You know, where they can declare anything on you.
I'm hoping this month. I'm hoping that it's all going to happen by the end of this month, and I'll see a little bit of freedom, and I'll be able to relax. And
You have to do the work though. Get an account. You can even call Bank of America. You don't have to go in person
I
anymore.
know I've had to go get bank accounts. I know how to do it.
You got this, girl. We
I had to
support
do
you.
it for other people. Look, I had to take care of my parents' finances. I was proud of it.
But you know what though? Like I know what it's like to go through a loss of significant things, and all of a sudden I had
No clue. I know. I'm that way.
functional fucking freeze.
I need an advocate.
Totally get it. No, you don't need
Because
anyone. You don't need
I
anyone
feel
but
like I
yourself.
need an advocate because when I get stressed out, then my brain doesn't work right when I'm in that stress situation.
Yeah, but don't tell anybody that because they'll use that against you.
Well, of course.
You have to woman up. You cannot play that because then they're going to
You
be like,
think I
oh,
can?
she's willing to admit she's incompetent. Therefore, we own it all. And we need to pay for her to live here. And it could go so sour so fast. Like,
Well, I know that's how the system is set up.
I know.
I see it.
But you're
You know,
smarter. But you're
America
fucking
plan
smarter.
at B.
You are
think I'm
smarter. And you now know the system.
Oh yeah, I know it. And I know
Play that
America Plan
game.
B.
Yes, and I know the lies of it, and I see how they take advantage of the other people. Don't think those aren't check marks in my brain. I'm not going to come back.
This is like the biggest opportunity for you right now. To
It
like,
is.
it's
Because
so
I'm going to
huge.
help
It's
people that are
so
like
fucking.
myself.
Yeah, dude, because we love you. This is
That's my
such
plan.
a huge opportunity for you, and you have to really think of all the different angles, not tarot cards. I'm talking legal things, and get that money under your belt, and then whether you move to the right or you move to the left, or you say, you know what, I have $20,000. I'm going to rent a place and I'm going to get a little job at a candy shop down this little nowhere and no one's going to know me. And that's how I'm going to restart my life. That's the third path. You could very well do that if you wanted to.
You want to know what the thing is that's really screwed up? I have applications at McDonald's, Taco Bell, and all over. Am I getting anything back? No.
You know what? Nightbird.
Are you
Nightbird.
kidding me?
I have
And
a
then-
proposition for you, actually. I could pay you under the table to help me with something. So you have income, and it would be, and you're a night bird, and the hours that I plan on going live might actually be, and all you would have to do is take a snapshot of a claim and upload it during the live.
Oh.
And that would be minimum wage, 4 hours a night, Thursday. Let's call it, I'm making it up because I'm still at those beginning stages, but that would be income that I would just Venmo you each, whatever hours you work. And then if you wanted to buy anything, you'd clearly get 50% off. Like that might be, and it's a work from home. So I would just set you up to be like right now, if I showed a picture of that card and you wanted a snapshot, you hit your 2 side buttons and you'd have mod capabilities. You'd upload the picture and then you'd put the name of the person and the price and they have to pay it during that live. That's it. That would be it. You just have to be alert during West Coast hours, which would be 9 to 1 or 10 to 2 Eastern. Boom. 4 out. That's right there alone is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's more than I'm making at the pet store.
Wow. Okay.
You get to hang out. And even if if you want an intermission or something, you can draw cards. Like that's I have 3 people I reached out to. Lois is one of them, saying like, hey, you're on the West Coast. Is this something you'd be interested in? But Nightbird's a Nightbird, and those are the hours that I want to go live and sell the jewelry. What if you're just on the live as a mod, and if someone claims, you snapshot it and upload it as master mod, and they pay right there on that live.
Yeah, we both
And pay
did
you
them.
minimum wage
The
per hour.
other one.
So that is something I
Especially-
thought of you. I thought of you a couple weeks ago, but I don't know how. I have to get the EIN number to register in my state first. But you would be a volunteer, and I'd be paying you bonus, and your bonus would be $20 an hour, 4 hours for 4 days, 4 times 4, 16 hours, times that by whatever. I have to figure it out first, what that amount is and how that would work. But that's an option because I'm not going to be able to be live and be able to, when someone claims something, oh, I'll send you the claim after the live. You want to do it during the live because then every time someone pays for something, it sends it out to 20 more people to buy the jewelry. And so it keeps you want to do every claim as its own live, but how am I going to take a picture of every claim and upload it myself? So my friend was like, find somebody who is willing to work those hours from home, and all they have to do is from their phone snapshot it when I hold it up and put the link up and pay them. Like, that's fucking cool, right? And I immediately thought of you. And there's only 3 of us on here. That's why I'm bringing it up now. If it was more than 3, I would not be telling you this. I'd be texting you, just FYI. But if that's something you wanted, that's income working from home without taxes taken out, without having to file. Like, I can support women, right? And you're a night bird. You're the hours that make the money are literally East Coast, 9 to like 2 in the morning, East Coast. So I'm going to stop talking about it because some weird username just came in. So I'm going to bed. But think about that. That's no matter where you live, that's easy thing to do.
Find out.
Yeah.
Find out what's going on. So.
But we're here for
Yeah,
you. And
definitely.
if weird things pop up, tell us and we'll give you our opinions and we'll do research and we'll help you.
Yes.
All right. I love you guys. Sweet dreams. I got to go to bed. It's 7 in the morning.
All right. See you. Oh my God, 7 in the morning.
Yeah, 7:26. Your work day. All right. Bye,
Thanks
guys.
for that.
All right. Have a good night.
I'll text you, Nightbird. I'll text you because it's an idea and I need to hire someone. And it might be a perfect universal thing, but it's got to be between you and I. It's offline.
Right. Of course.
All right, cool.
Of course.
So just keep that in mind. It's an option.
Good.
All right, bye, girl. Hey, bye, Brim. I love you. Love you guys.
Bye.
Guys, good night, folks.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night, whoever else is here.
Love him.